Hello, 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 everybody! Ooh, it's good to have my voice back, sorta. Welcome to the Kennel Club. The name's Rusty. I had that all mixed up. Oops. Anyways, hello there. The name's Rusty Doggo. Welcome to the Kennel Club for today's special stream. We're going to be traveling Teyvat, aka Genshin Impact, all night long. Yeah. Or at least do our best to stay up all night long. That's the plan, anyways. Before we begin, those who are new to the channel, hello there. My name is Rusty. I said that already, but I am a border collie terrier mix who loves tinkering with gadgets, including building robots like Pixel over here, who's an android. But more than that, I am also a furry VTuber slash artist. I do art streams from time to time. I draw anime, furry, cartoonish style art, and I also do Genshin Impact streams, Zenless Zone Zero, Fortnite, Nintendo Switch games, Lego games, etc. If that sounds cool to you, make sure you give the like, the follow, and the subscribe button a big old boop on the nose. Whew. And without further ado, well, we're almost ready. I almost forgot one little thing. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Let me get that done real quick. All right, there we go. Without further ado, let's get on with the show. It is time to Ruff N Roll. There we go. Also, let me make sure everything's in a spot I like it, because I just changed my labels. Why is it not updating still? We'll see how that looks. Actually, no, I don't like where that is. That's not gonna work either. Ah, man. Guess what we'll have to do is shrink the game a little. There we go. Or at least move you a little. There we go. Anyways, let's get started. So for tonight's stream, what we're definitely going to be doing is trying to push forward with the remaining Fontaine Archon story, as well as get to the new Archon story for Natlan that released this week. Okay, I'm sorry. One little quick thing before we get started. Something is not going right with part of my with part of my labels. I don't want these alerts to be messed up on me during the middle of the stream. Let me try to fix that real quick before we get started. Because it looks like my follower stuff is not where it should be. That's not good. Hello there! Paimon, go to activity feed. Mm. Oh, follower count 061. Mm. Give me one more second. I am almost ready to go. So I'm trying to fix a. Ah! Oh. There we go. Not everything's fixed back again. Now everything's fixed up. We should be ready to go. We're ready to roll now. So another... You know, I haven't played the card game in a while. I should eventually, but first... Wait until the next day. We can do that. Yep. Return to the dormitories. Where? We're going back into the... We're going back to prison, guys. Yay! Excuse me. All right. What were we doing again? Oh yeah, we're going back into the dormitories. Up we go. It's kind of funny we went back to prison again. But you know what? Nothing surprised. No one should be surprised when it comes to Rusty. This dog goes. All the other different games, the amount of times I've been either framed or put behind bars has become crazy. And strangely enough, the only time I served... well then, think about it. There's other games I've had that scenario with. Of course, in Skyrim, you're always going to get sent to jail if you do the Markov story. Like, it's either that or you fight the guards, and yeah, that's not going to go very well. And let's not forget the fact that I almost got my head cut off on that game. Ugh. Alright, we're back into the dorms. What's going to happen? My sentence is almost finished?
Now, wait a sec. Isn't something important supposed to happen? Oh, today's our big day! We're supposed to leave the Fortress of Mirapede! Come on, we've got to go complete the release procedures now!
The fact that they stayed in there... Despite... Wow, some dedication. Well, I guess we gotta talk to the receptionist. Whoa. Ah, that receptionist.
Please, sign here. This document will be effective immediately upon signing, and you two may exit the Fortress of Mirapede via the regular channels.
It's been so long since we've been to the surface. Let's hurry. Huh?
Uh-oh.
What's happening?
Are you okay?
I'm fine, thanks. But I wonder what that
Let's go ask the Duke.
That's probably not a good sign.
Your Grace?
Ah, good to see you two. Is there something you...
Yeah, what was with that earthquake just...
Ah, that. The tremor didn't originate from the seafloor. In fact, it seems it came from this. Over the years of serving as the warden here, I have developed a sense for distinguishing between what occurs on the surface and what occurs underwater. Besides, the seal that Monsieur Neuvillette set in place won't fail so easily.
So the fortress is okay?
If you recall our last incident, if there really were a problem, there would be crowds of inmates in a panic right now.
You got a point there.
Huh, you've got a point. Okay, by the way...
I believe today is this month's pipe cleaning day.
Wait, seriously?
Ah, yes. Have you
Yep. It's you two. Are you leaving now?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
That's right. Today is our last day in prison. But now that Paimon says that, it doesn't feel like we were confined here. It's actually been pretty nice. Oh yeah, Paimon feels fond of this place now. Then be sure to come back and visit. I'll miss you.
Yes, as long as we can visit without committing another crime. Paimon, don't eat any more cakes you shouldn't.
If you've signed the release papers, then you're free to go.
You're not going to see us off?
I knew you'd ask. All right, sure. Let's go.
Yay!
You actually agreed. Nope.
Ah, so you'd...
After being down here for so long, I imagine you must feel like you're lacking companionship. Shall I come along too? Yeah, don't worry. We'll come back to see you. Paimon really likes...
I hope you won't be here as convicts the next time I see you.
Of course not.
We'll do our best to stay out of trouble. Well, it seems our work in the Fortress of Mirafine is finished. That's the end of another... We should probably go report to him now. You're going to see Monsieur Neuvillette? Please pass on our kind regards.
I'm sure just your regards will do, no?
I believe it would be the polite thing to do.
You're right. I've heard the Palais has been terribly busy these days. Tell him that I hope he hasn't been overwhelmed by the recent string of troubles.
All right. Time to go see Neuvillette. Honestly, I know his banner and Zhongli's going to be coming around. And I had Zhongli at one point. But I'm sorry, but I'm going to be skipping that banner when it comes out. Because Mavica will likely come right after those two boys' banner. And I want to get Mavica. She is hot. Well, no, Pyro Archon. I mean, I like her moveset. The fact that she can use that she uses a motorcycle is really epic. I'm trying careful with my words so I don't put it any further in my mouth. I put my foot Blah, blah. Where's the panel? Oh. Oh, it's reaching this floor shortly. It's a long way up. I mean, I don't have to go up this way. I could just fast travel. But I kind of want the experience of going up this elevator after being down here for a long period of time. Just in time. Wow. That was perfect timing for the DJ table.
How many forging commissions do I still have to finish? Let's see. 1, 2... not so many as I thought. I'll get to them tomorrow.
We. It's been a while since we've been up here. Ooh. Huh? There's a viewpoint out there. I don't suppose there's a way out from out in here. Nope, looks like we can't dive. I mean, it's kind of expected. They wouldn't allow us to do that. That would be a bad way, an easy way to escape. Huh? How am I supposed to exit this area? I mean, we could just fast travel. I just wanted to go out the normal way. I guess not. Oh well.
The Palais Mermonia sure is buzzing with activity today.
Halt! Huh? Oh, it's you two. Apologies. Monsieur Neuvillette did say you'd be welcome at any time.
Excuse me. Would you mind helping me take a look at this report?
I'll be right there. Sorry, I've got my hands full here. You can see yourselves in.
She sounds pretty mature now that I get a better.
Everyone's so busy.
Could be related to the earthquake.
Neuvillette!
Hello. You've come at the right time, but you'll have to wait for just a moment, as there are some urgent matters I must tend to first. In the meantime, please, have a seat. If you'd like to have something to drink,
That's all right. We just ate.
Very well, then.
Let's take a break over there while we wait for him to finish.
All right. That should wrap things up for now.
Are you done with your work?
Yes, sorry to keep you waiting. Today should be the day you were released from the Fortress of Meripede, and it appears that you've managed to complete all the release paperwork.
That's right, and we came here to see you right away.
A massive whale.
Do you have any idea what that might be?
Judging from your description, that cannot have occurred in any ordinary waters, but rather something like the primordial sea. A whale of that size and shape cannot usually be found in the waters of Tevat. Therefore, we can only assume that Child is presently immersed in primordial seawater.
Immersed in primordial seawater? But how? And is he okay?
He's not from Fontaine, so he won't dissolve.
Most people wouldn't be capable of entering in the first place. I'm not completely sure how he could have gotten there myself. Yes? What is it?
Ah, right. Paimon felt it too. We asked the Duke and he said it wasn't from underwater, so we figured you might know something.
It turns out that I have just received a report about this particular matter. In fact, that's exactly what I was busy with a moment ago. The source
Really?
of the tremor was here on the surface near Poisson. After the shaking stopped, the water levels in the Poisson area rose at an alarming rate.
Oh no! Wait, isn't that where Navia is
The
located?
water levels rose? Oh no.
Fortunately, the water levels only rose for a short period of time, and have already returned to normal now. However, I still have a bad feeling about the whole phenomenon.
I would too. For it to suddenly rise and then lower, not to mention after the whole seal incident inside the prison.
If the change in water levels is connected with the leaking primordial seawater, then the situation in Poisson may be much worse than it appears.
Navia should be in Poisson, right? We need to go check.
I would also like to go there as soon as possible, but I'm afraid I can't leave just yet. We must immediately formulate disaster prevention plans for the surrounding coastal areas to avoid potential catastrophes. I'll have to ask you two to go to Poisson first. I'll meet you there to check on the situation once I finish things here.
Sounds like a plan.
There's no time to lose. Let's get going.
Right.
Please be careful.
Bring it!
Alright, let's just fast travel there since we already been to Poisson.
Oh no. What happened here?
Oh no.
Nadia should be around here, right? We need to make sure she's still...
She should still be alright, right?
We haven't seen a single soul all the way here. Oh, this is getting scary.
What will I ever do now?
Look, there's someone...
Just stay put. We're coming up. Watch your balance.
All right. I'm not young anymore. How will I survive on my own?
Oh, he looks pretty sad.
My leg! How could this have happened?
Just hang in there. Help is on the way. You can hold...
Something doesn't seem right. What happened? Between earthquakes and seawaters, there seems to be more than just that. Also, look what happened to the ship. I think.
How could this have happened?
Just hang in there.
Whoa. Oh good, looks like Navi has survived this.
Oh, it's Navia. She's over there. Hey, Navia, are you okay?
You're here.
We heard there was a situation in Poisson, so we came as quickly as we...
Yes. As you can see, the water level suddenly rose.
What happened?
Demoiselle! There was a wounded resident next to a building southeast of here. We've already transported him to...
He's wounded?
He fell, so it's probably a broken leg. He's pretty shaken up. When the water level rose, he desperately climbed up to the roof. Once the water receded and he saw the ground, he became terrified.
He jumped down then. Find the leader of Squad 1 and tell him to take the wounded resident to see a doctor.
Understood. I'll take over his search and rescue.
All right. You'll be... I'm sorry. Where were we?
the situation...
Ah, right. A little earlier, we suddenly heard a loud noise. At first, everyone thought that something might have exploded on an aquabus. But before we knew it, water started out from everywhere. The rushing water seemed a little odd, almost like the unique color of primordial seawater. Some people, everyone on the street who happened to be close to the water, didn't have a chance to escape. As the water levels rose, they suddenly disappeared. They were all those who realized what was happening started to flee in a panic, desperately trying to get to higher ground. Many were injured in the stampede, and some people fell from significant... The Spina di Rosula initiated rescue operations as quickly as possible, but there have been... The water that flooded the area contained primordial seawater. so the lower levels of Poisson are still hazardous. To ensure everyone's safety, I've asked the people there to leave as soon as possible. No one knows if this could happen again. All we can do for now is try our best to help.
How awful. And all of this just came.
It was quite frightening indeed. I only wish that everything that just happened.
Is there any way we can help, Navia?
Yeah, we're here to help.
Thank you for being so willing to help in a moment of crisis like this.
Don't say that, Navia. That's what friends are for.
Demoiselle! We've got a situation here!
Sorry. I need to go for now.
And off she goes. Seems it might.
Okay, the wounded are being tended to, and we finished a preliminary head count. More support has just arrived, so I suppose, of course, we should remain ready for anything, and continue doing our best to rescue Traveler. Paimon? Would...
Huh? Right now?
I understand.
Thank you.
I'm assuming her two people she usually has with her.
Not a lot of people here, huh?
Well, given the time of day and the whole situation in Poisson.
Right. That's how things are now.
Navia?
There's no need to push yourself too hard.
Navia, what's wrong?
Sorry. I just... Maloose and Silver. They won't ever come back here again.
Oh, you're telling me.
Huh? What happened to them?
Everyone agreed on the rescue plan, but still... They were helping evacuate the residents, but they couldn't leave in time, and...
What should we...
I've known them for so long. And I know they weren't afraid. But I could at least hold a funeral for my father. And I know where he rests. But as for Maloose and Silver, they're just...
Everything looks so clean after it rains. Even the gravestones. I didn't expect that you'd enjoy a glass of red wine.
I can understand. Besides, the scene...
See, it's not just me. I always want to bring something when I visit Papa. Perhaps...
How could Master ever be upset with you, Demoiselle? Yet the cemetery is the home of those who have passed, is it not? Everyone ends up here sooner or later.
Yourself a plot in advance, are you?
No need yet. But when I do, I hope you'll let me be buried beside Master Callus, Demoiselle.
Oh no.
Hey!
I'm quite serious. That way, it will save us both the trip to see each other whenever...
That makes sense. In that case...
After all, besides you, Demoiselle, the two of us could...
Personally? I believe we filled those.
Why are you bringing this up all of a sudden? Seriously. But I'd really prefer not to talk about this stuff. And what do you mean by saving me a trip? I'd make the journey even if I had to visit you two somewhere else. I'd promised to let them rest in peace here. But here I am breaking that promise.
You couldn't control it.
I'm sorry for letting you see me in a mess like this.
Paimon doesn't know how to help you feel better.
I had always thought I could make my wishes come true. But now that I think about it, that never solely relied on me. Malus and Silver have helped me so much. I'm so...
You can spend as much time as you need here, Navia.
Thank you. By the way, you can have a look at this.
Obena, Khan, Burnett, Giverny. So, everyone...
It's okay. I know what you're thinking. And you're right. The overall outcome indicates that the cost...
Right. Don't think that way, Navia. One person might be saved at the expense of another, sure, but that isn't something we should ever consider a trade. Malus and Silver were not the price for saving
You're right. What you said just now was pretty amazing.
Oh.
Seems you've become more eloquent in the time since we last met.
Hmm?
The knave?
Is everything going well on your side?
Yes, my people are carrying out the mission according to your request. All the residents of Poisson have been evacuated, and we're preparing to relocate them to higher ground.
Wow.
As for these supplies, we have everything taken care of.
Thank you. Very...
Wait. Do you two...
We just met recently. Right.
Usually, I would call this a coincidental encounter. But that doesn't quite fit this time. Besides, it never... Thanks to the Knave, Spina di Rosula received generous support from the Fatui, which allowed us to complete the rescue and evacuation.
Mutual aid is essential to fostering positive developments. We were already in the area, in any case, so it was nothing. That said, I must say that you're a lot sharper than you let on.
I apologize for all the ways in which I tested you previously. We've never worked with a Fatui before, and it's extremely important for us to know who we're working with. My subordinates have reported that Fatui soldiers have been observing water levels and taking head counts in various locations. I hear that they've also prepared...
This is nothing to brag about, nor do I intend to. It is simply the way of powerful organizations to act forcefully, whether they are doing good or ill. You've witnessed that firsthand, in any case.
True.
As I've told this traveler before, I know of the prophecy, and I intend to prevent the impending disaster. Lending your organization a hand was a natural first step in accomplishing that. As such, do not be troubled by this token of our sincerity. Perhaps one day, you'll also...
There would have been many more casualties.
Furthermore, I sincerely regret what happened to Malus and Silver. I only wish that my people could have arrived a little earlier to prevent...
Don't say that. You and... As Paimon said, Malus and Silver didn't choose to sacrifice themselves for any specific person. And they weren't the price paid for other salvation. They chose to... I've never liked hearing people put it that way. It's like trying to relieve pain by saying some noble-sounding words. But right now, there's nothing more suitable. They really did become heroes.
Oh.
You're right. I'm sorry for your loss. Water is life to Fontaine's people, and it also spells disaster. It's no wonder that people always say that prophecies represent fate. Fortunately, I've never been one for such opinions.
So, you're one who will try to change fate?
Of course. That is why I'm going to Hotel Bouffe de Thé. I still have some things to take care of, and the... By the way, traveler, Paimon, one more thing.
Alright, then we'll just... Huh? This isn't right. Paimon thought you would ask us to walk with you for a moment.
That is a clever and useful conversation technique, which I do like to use when necessary. But there's no need today. It would not hurt to have Miss Navia listening in. Traveler, I'm sure you remember that I said we could work together. You and I both know that there may be issues with the Primordial Sea. Previously, it was the Fortress of Meripede's sluice gate, and this time it was the water levels in Poisson. These are both signals. Indeed. Allow me to share the latest intel I've received during some recent investigations. A child claimed to have discovered some ruins near Poisson. The ruins date back to ancient times. Judging by the dating of the ruins, they may be related to the prophecy and the coming crisis. The situation is becoming more urgent. My people initially came to prepare for ruin exploration. Unexpectedly, this disaster struck. And
So that's why the Fatui were already in Poisson.
I wanted to take the children along, but unfortunately, Linny, Lynette, and Fremine have all been dispatched to higher ground to assist. Linny told me that outside of the house, which is why I want to give you this task. The House of the Hearth's members see each other as family, but Linny, Lynette, and Fremine said that they also see you as such. Even though you are not from the house. I'm sure you already understand how earnest they consider their friendship with—
Oh, that somehow makes Paimon—
The intel I just shared about the ruins could fetch a high price. But since the children consider you family, it's—
Got it! So all we gotta do is go to some ruins, right?
Excuse me, but may I tag along?
You wish to join, Miss Navi?
But are you sure you're up to exploring some—
Well, I'm sad, yes. But I can't just go back and plop myself into a chair by the roadside and do nothing. There's no point in being depressed while we still have a disaster on our hands. As my father's successor, besides, I'm also doing this for myself. I need something.
Since you put it that way, I have no objections. All right. The ruins are to the south of—
Okay, the three of us will handle it.
All right, so we're gonna go to these ruins and see what's going on. Hey, slimes. Oh, it's a good distance out. Let's use the high ground to get there. Huh? I got bored. That wasn't an intentional joke, but that was that somehow worked. Where is it? Oh, you kidding me? Ah, these are the ruins we were talking about.
So, are these the ruins the knave was talking about?
They seem to be pretty ancient.
Let's go in and have...
Just be careful.
Recommended party level 61. Oh, we got this. What the?
We should take a break after all that running around. Yeah, let's rest here for a bit.
Alright, let's take a closer look at these ruins. Do we not touch the water? Let's avoid the water. Who knows where that water's been? New follower, hey, hi. Welcome. Oh, you're just playing Apex Legends? Nice.
My potted plant on the porch has died again. I was watering it every day. Ugh, don't tell me I overdid it this time.
Abyss monsters.
Hear the echoes of the valley.
Oh, my bot saw you were playing Apex, I guess. Okay, ow, this guy is not going down with our fight. Twitch be bugging.
Hey there!
Whoa!
The floor here isn't safe.
Pretty good. Had a long day at work and gonna be doing a Genshin stream all night long. Or try to, anyways. No, Paimon, that floor is totally safe. I'm just gonna stay standing on it for a little bit longer. Nothing's gonna happen. But I should probably not touch that water.
This place has also been contaminated.
Yeah. And a lot of it, too. A Fontanian would most likely dissolve the moment they fell in.
Right! You can't go down if there's primordial seawater. It's too dangerous, and it won't be any help for you to just stay here. Don't get Paimon wrong. We're not saying you're
No, you're right. I can't do anything in this situation. I'll leave this to you.
Uh-oh.
That complicates things.
In that case, do you want to wait for us?
The water levels here are unstable, and there's a chance the water... I'll go together with you. Perhaps we'll find the exit just up
Seems
ahead.
like there isn't any other option.
All right. Come with us for now, then.
I don't want Navia to dissolve. She's my favorite character so far.
Oh no, it's a dead end. Let's try climbing over from the side.
Who needs climbing when you can do? Oh, or not. It's being tricky to get up there. What is? Oh, I thought that was important.
Bring it.
That does not look safe. Whoa!
Wait, there's something wrong with this bridge. Run for it!
Demoiselle, what are you doing here by yourself? Would you be...
Maybe she just wants some time to herself, Malus.
Oh.
Yes, it would appear...
That's quite possible. However, you were the one...
Oh, right. It must have slipped my... This is a familiar feel.
Is something the matter, Demoiselle?
Oh, no. I was just trying to recall...
Do you remember Mr. Giverny? He'd requested our help before with foreign merchants who had a debt
Did she
dispute
fall
with
in the
him, and
water?
we resolved the matter not long ago.
We were headed to see how things were going.
Ah, right.
Oh, Miss Navia. Ah, Mr. Malus. And Mr. Silver, too.
How have you been?
I've been great. Thanks to your help, they were knocking at my door day and night. Even my neighbor Obina was getting...
Sometimes force is required to...
That's right. Oh, by the way, Burnett, what was it that you wanted to...
Oh, yes. What, Miss Navia? These are some flower seeds that I prepared. Please take them. I don't know what we would have done without your help.
Ah, did you cultivate them
Why, we can have as many pots as you'd like, demoiselle.
Perfect. In that case, we'll swap out some of the decorative plants.
Very well.
Wait. Excuse me, madam. If I'm not mistaken...
That's right.
No, it's nothing. This is the first time we've ever met, but your name seemed familiar. I've heard this name before. And why are there so few people around here?
We must mind the time, demoiselle.
Huh? We do?
Well, now, did you...
Miss Navia, here you are. I've been My trial? Wait,
Yes, she's right, demoiselle. It's just about time.
Oh?
What happened?
Look, it's Navia.
And her two attendants are with her. Goodness, everyone's finally here.
I'm confused.
There sure are a lot of people here to see the trial. And they all seem to be oddly... Karina, Desiree, Joyville, Jolien, Essen. Why are so many people here? And as for the judge... huh?
Please sit in the defendant's seat.
All right. But...
Typically, it wouldn't be allowed, but today is an exception.
Hey, what kind of place do they think this is?
Come on. Do they have any idea what they're...
Enough with the whispering!
My dear Miss Navia, have you not yet realized what you... As all here know, you are Master Callus's successor. The head... After you took over the Spina, you treated all of us just like the late Master Callus had. If anyone in need reached out to you for help, not only you, but your butler, your subordinates...
Wait a moment.
Yes, correct. Absolutely right. And that is why you stand accused. You have helped so many... We are one big family. All of us who are from Poisson, inextricably linked. Therefore, this fair and honorable court shall declare you guilty, and you shall...
Huh? Everything you have said...
Ah, well...
How... I know all these people. Why are they laughing?
I seem to remember now.
Wait just a moment. This isn't right!
Malus?
What was that, Mr. Malus? Our conclusion is very clear and unanimous. Let the court judge her now. She...
Stay here, Navia! You're one of...
Demoiselle, don't admit guilt. This trial means to keep you here forever.
I wish to exercise my right to defend Our Lady. Mistress Ronville, you only know of Navia's goodness, but nothing of her utterly independent mind.
She was born a free and independent spirit. She has never been tied down by anything. Indeed, even the death of Master Callus couldn't stop her.
Her actions cannot serve as proof that she identifies herself as part of any group. She merely acted as an individual. Please do not mistake her actions as being...
Really? As an individual, you say? Don't forget, we are all Fontanians here. This, even if Miss Navia only voluntarily rendered her, everything is measured here in the nation of Hydro. And in the end, everyone, now I speak for everyone. Our opinion is consistent. Navia should stay.
And you would call this justice? Preposterous. Have you forgotten how much you all once longed to become individuals?
Do you mean to defy?
If your justice is flawed, then why should we acknowledge it?
As you said, we can also have our own justice. Silver and I shall defend Demoiselle, and that is how we will enforce justice.
Demoiselle.
Silver, it hurts. I remember now. Everything that seemed odd from the very beginning. Karina, Desiree, Joyville, Jolien, Essen, and Mr. Giverny and Mrs. Burnett, who we met earlier. Even Malus and Silver. I don't want to admit it, but they're all dead.
Don't be afraid. And don't...
Absurd! Who are you to say that she cannot be judged? Don't let them escape!
Mr. Malus and Mr. Silver, must you be so stubborn? How could the two of you possibly hope to stand against the collective? Do not resist. This judgment is fair and just. Navia belongs to... After all that happened, she should not be left alone in Poisson.
What are you saying?
No more excuses!
He says we're jealous. Jealous? How could she possibly be an
What's with these people?
Who's jealous of her?
She belongs to us!
Miss...
Silence!
That's...
Monsieur Neuvillette!
Such commotion is prohibited in the court. The accusations you just presented are nonsense and cannot constitute a proper trial. The court will adjourn for the rest of the day. In this, I shall hear no objections from any unauthorized party.
Our thanks, monsieur.
Please leave with me, Miss Navia.
But...
Go on now, Demoiselle. This is your only chance to lead this...
Malus.
My apologies. I couldn't resist making one little joke once I realized that...
Malus. Silver.
Quickly, you must...
Goodbye, Demoiselle.
Farewell.
Neuvillette saved her at just the right time.
No, wait! Just a second!
Navia?
You're awake. Good.
I must have been dreaming. Malus and Silver were still alive, and...
It looks like you're all right.
Did all the sad feelings cause you to have a nightmare?
The ruins you were exploring suffered a cave-in. When I arrived, I found you were just about to be dissolved within, but I think I saw two Oceanids protecting you. It was only for a moment, perhaps even a fraction of a second, but they gave me the chance to retrieve you. Were it not for their intervention, I would not have been able to rescue you before your consciousness dissipated.
Wait, did you say Oceanids? You mean like what happened with Vacher?
So people that are dissolved become those.
Perhaps those two Oceanids were the people you saw in your dream.
I always told them that they didn't have to protect me. To think that they'd keep doing so even after death.
They truly are what you said they are. Heroes.
Please come with me.
Neuvillette, are you okay?
Oh, I am quite all right. Perhaps there's something we...
Why do you look so stiff? Oh, Paimon knows. You're the type who feels awkward.
I merely thought that we should give Navia some time.
Huh? Why didn't you just say so then?
I suppose so.
By the way, Sigewinne sends her regards.
Ah, Sigewinne. I hope all is well with her these days. Her work in the Fortress of Meropide has not been too much for her, has it?
No way, don't worry. She's doing fine down there.
I see. Well, that is good. I was always worried that Sigewinne would need a lot of time to understand.
Oh, and the Duke also says hi. Even though Sigewinne made him do that. He hopes that...
Thank you. I have indeed been busy lately, and I also hope that everything is going well in the fortress.
He still doesn't know what to talk about. Let's chat about something else then.
Paimon, isn't that your job?
So, Neuvillette. This isn't going anywhere. Let's try something else. How did you find these ruins? Did the knave...
Yes, in fact. I had arranged to meet you in Poisson, but when I arrived, I discovered that the Fatui were helping the residents evacuate. Amid my astonishment, I ran into the nave.
We had a chat.
Yeah, we originally planned to meet up with you, but we thought you might still be busy with all those official documents.
That was a close one.
I'm sorry to have kept you all waiting like that. I'm feeling much better now. I guess we should get going again. Will you come with us, Monsieur Neuvillette?
Yes, if you wouldn't mind my company.
All right! Another one joins the party! Let's get going then!
Thank goodness. Having him around for this adventure will make sure we have no more close calls with Navia. Don't want to lose her. I don't think they'll be able to rescue her that easy.
Another unstable path. Watch your step.
I was close. Oh, hello.
Watch out! There are rock piles over here!
Barely a scratch.
Let the mountain's veins boil!
Ooh, that was close. Anything in here worth gathering? Nope. Let's keep going.
We're almost at the top. Keep it up!
Up. Hello.
Yeah.
How can I interrupt in anything and oh.
Barbados, guide us.
Oh.
Gloves off!
Gloves off.
Letting brave names echo! Hey there! A proper send-off from the Spina with love. Ow! I'm fine.
I'm stuck.
Let the mountain's veins boil! Bring it! Yep. How annoying!
That was a close one.
I swear by my sword.
Ooh. They really had me at a pinned spot. Huh? Are we going up? Guess we went going up. Odd. There's more to these ruins, apparently. What is this?
Looks like we've reached the end.
This is the place. There should not be any other hidden spaces in the vicinity.
The path sure had some twists and turns, but it turns out that this place isn't actually that big.
There seems to be something on the wall.
Stone slates. It seems like they were put here as an offering. Could we take them down and...
Perhaps we should just leave them be for...
There are 4 locations in total, but only 3 stone slates. The slate that should be in the first empty spot is missing.
The surrounding walls also show signs of damage.
There's something written below. Let Paimon see. Reason dictates that this nation be destroyed. I shall record the history of its future here in its past.
It feels like someone left these slates and words here for a purpose. But does he mean...
That would fit the circumstances dictated by the prophecy, yes. Indeed, the slate's contents...
There's a person kneeling here. She seems so dedicated. And there's a whole bunch of other people behind her doing the same. She's facing this...
And is that Lady Farina in the 3rd image? Did the Hydro Archon fall into the water?
And is that a ring of people around her?
The 4th image. I know this one. This exactly matches the content of the prophecy.
The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain.
Huh?
More information should be hidden in these slates, but I fear I cannot easily uncover it, most likely due to us missing the first slate. I am very sorry.
Don't blame yourself, Monsieur Neuvillette.
Ooh, Paimon's getting the chills just looking at this. Says that it's the history of the future, right? That means the prophecy's sure to come true.
I really hope it...
Still, Paimon feels like these images are kind of weird.
The issue is the order of the 3rd and 4th images, right?
That's right! If the images are in chronological order, shouldn't the 4th, the waters drowning Fontaine, come before the 3rd, where the Hydro Archon herself falls into the water?
And yet the order is reversed here.
If we go by timing, Lady Farina only emerges in the 3rd image. That means that the person in the 2nd image might be the previous Hydro Archon.
Egeria, then. I had never met her, but her appearance here does match the record. The previous Archon kneeling before the floating island in the skies.
Did she herself commit that sin? And if not, why would... Also, I'm still wondering why these ancient stone slates are here at all. Judging from their contents...
But who would have created these slates and left these words?
It seems that any further clues will have to come from Farina.
In that case, there's no time to lose. There's nothing...
Yeah, we better get somewhere safe for now.
Honestly, who created these slates don't matter now. The real question is whether things will truly play out as the prophecy foretells or not. I guess now we're leaving the rooms. Oh, but there's a chest for us. Let's make sure we grab that.
Let's split up here. I'm going to check on what's happening with the Spina. You know how it is.
You still have energy for that, Navia? Behind?
Just head back to the Fluvsandre and have a rest then.
I'll depart as well. Thanks for your hard work, Traveler. I will go talk to Farina tomorrow morning to ask about the stone slates. I'm sure that you're concerned about this matter as well. If you have time, drop by my office.
Are you really gonna talk to her about this directly?
She has long been harboring secrets and will not give them up easily, which makes it all the more my duty to ensure that she understands the present situation.
Alright, we'll leave it in your hands then.
I will be carefully considering my words tonight.
Traveler, Paimon, our safe house at the Fluvsandre is always open to you, as ever. All right.
We're finally back!
Welcome back. We've got a special
Yay! And there's good food too! Navi, no, the boss. Ooh, desserts! Nice, these are all... Hyman's already starting to forget what happened today.
Oh, that voice. Is that
Mona?
who I think it is?
Huh?
It's you two. What are you doing in Fontaine?
I should ask you the same.
Seriously, nobody just uses a scry glass whenever they've got time to just see who they'll meet on the road.
Still, we didn't expect to see you here.
Well, I have some business to attend to here, so I booked a hotel in the city. I was just out for a stroll when I bumped into you. Why did you think I was from Fontaine, though? Is that because Magistus doesn't sound much like a Mondstadt?
Yeah.
Well, I used to have my own surname, which was, well, some other thing. Either way, the old hag told me when she took me as her disciple that the first step to being a great astrologist's pupil was to change that name. There was nothing for it, really. She really is amazing at astrology, so I changed my name to what it is now according to her wishes. Nope. Although it is used by us in place of surnames.
Wow! Imagine including a boast in your name. Wait, are you gonna have to put that into your genealogy?
I reckon so. In any case, I'd give my disciple a name like this as well, if I were to take one.
And may I ask what your master's name is?
Astromancer Barbeloth Trismegistus.
Whoa, that's a long one.
My name means Mona the Great Astrologist. As for the old hag, hers is, in plain speech, the thrice as great scholar of the stars. Just take it.
Thrice as great?
I know, right? That's just how she is. She used to call herself Magistus, actually, but when she took me in, she changed her name to Trismegistus.
Talk about excessive.
Yep.
Magistus is thus the calling card of our school, so to speak, which makes it about the same as a surname. It's all right if you don't get it. You can look into it for...
That sounds terrible! But anyway, you're not from
Ouch.
London, are you, Mona? You're from Mondstadt.
Well, I was born in Mondstadt, yes. My parents...
Oh, that's a good thing then. At least we know you won't be dissolved by Fontaine.
Speaking of that, I'm sure you're aware that a bunch of things have happened here in Fontaine, right? I know you're... There's something ominous about it. Well, the water, I mean. That was the main reason, yes. Just a while back, the Steambird invited me to take part in a panel and speak about the circulation of the prophecies. The invitation was sent quite early on. I don't think anyone expected Fontaine to be in this much trouble.
What do you make of that prophecy, Mona? Just tell us what you think as an astrologist. Your word would go a long way to make things more certain and less scary.
Are you
What
sure?
I can tell you is that I'm an astrologist, and that this prophecy concerns the fate of Fontaine, even that of Altivat. Ascertaining this is akin to reading the fortune of the whole world. I'm afraid that this is not something that just anyone can do. If I could do it, you would no longer call me an astrologer. But on the flip side, the prophecy is so huge and powerful that it must surely come from a powerful visionary. Its contents involve the fate of the world. Disregard.
A visionary? Sounds really powerful and all, but
Of course. The old hag could do it. And I'd bet there are others amongst those Hexenzirkel colleagues of hers who could do something similar. All right, I'll help you. It isn't often that I see you with such a serious...
Thanks, Mona. You're amazing.
Oh, well, this is something only I can do after all. So yes, your praises are quite welcome.
That's the greatest of astrologists for you.
Indeed, indeed. That's the spirit.
Oh, sorry. I came to see what all the commotion was about. If there's anything you...
Oh, whoops. Guess we were getting a little too carried away there. Well, I'll go tend to my own business now. If I receive any news, I'll be sure to come find you two again.
And there she goes, quick as rushing water. And here we are with the Spina guy giving us suspicious looks.
Why did they keep giving that scroll option?
If Paimon hadn't spoken for you, it'd be you getting all the weird looks. Huh. The things Paimon... that's more like it.
Paimon, you are something else.
Good morning. To be honest, Paimon's still feeling kind of sleepy.
Really?
But it's time to get up, traveler. We agreed to...
Well, that was quick. We already got the commissions for today. Let's go grab that real quick.
Ad Astra Abyssos. Thank you for completing. Ad Astra.
Alright, we got that. What else? Oh, achievements, of course. Love is destructive. Navia survives her encounter with primordial seawater. That was a surprise. Thank goodness. Like I said, I would have been sad if Navia got dissolved. But I mean, we've seen her in the Summertime Scales and Tails story, so we knew she was gonna get through it somehow. Alright, let's take a look at the shop real quick. Oh, and I did do a draw since the last time everyone's seen me. If that's one, those who knew not. But I got Oberon already. I'm not ready to use him though, because I want to work on my current party. Oh, that's right. What do I need to send her? I still need to do that, don't I? Da, 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 da. Yeah. Should I do it now? Oh, this area was where we got to deal with the seals. Yuck. I hate those seals. Might as well get it over with. Or try to anyway. Because I do need to advance her. we going the right way? We're going the right way. Hard to tell in the dark. We're getting close to our spot where we need to drop. And we should probably drop soon while we still got stamina left. Excuse me. We got enemies we can take on for their sashes.
Like a lamb for trouble?
Whoa. Hey, where'd I go? I didn't want to take a picture. Hey. Get out of here. You missed me. I'll be waiting.
Where do you think you're going?
Oh, I don't remember her at all. I thought so. Take out her and her summon goes away. Hope everyone's doing alright. Alright, since we got strange, why don't I see any of the materials I came for? Did I miss something? Oh, because I gotta go underground, don't I? Huh. I'd say the quickest route would be going there. Oh, is that a giant? Yep. It's a giant hand. I got a hand to the Mihail that I wasn't paying attention to that. That was good. Yeah. It caught me off guard. Ah, here we are. And we got some fire slimes. Flying fire slimes. Okay, this has got to be that cave entrance. Honestly, this is my first time going down here, so I don't know what to expect. One thing's for sure, we're finding materials. And meat. I've been spotted.
Barbados, guide us. Look alive!
Might as well take on the big guy. Hey, that was
What a pleasant
successful.
surprise.
What's this? Ah. Excuse me. How many more of those pupas do we need? Oh, it's still got a long way to go. We need about 19 more. Boy, that's sure fun.
Let's get it on!
14 more? And we already gathered all that's in this area. Oh boy.
Gloves off!
There's more of them? Oh no, it evolved.
Wind, hear me.
That was no mushroom. That was a Pokemon. Oh, that was a Breloom. And that means those little guys must have been shroomish.
Things are going a little too smoothly today.
Are we going the right way? Yep. Oh! Hi! Oh, these got funnier hats.
Where did that come from?
That explains why they got funnier hats. Because they're meant to rain down from above and hit us. Huh? Should I be concerned on that hole and that glowing area in the ground? A part of me is like, yeah, you should be careful. That doesn't look safe. But then another part of me is like, nah, it's perfectly fine. Let's just jump in it. Alright, now how many do I have? Nine more to go. Hi guys. Hello, hello, hello. Nice. We're going way out of the where I want to be. On the other hand, there's something I can use. It looks like there's a waypoint nearby. Okay, that didn't go as planned.
Bring it.
That rock formation was just way too steep. Oh! Whoa! No! Come on, you got this. Ooh, that was close. What is this again? I'm going the wrong way, aren't I? I still gotta go up. Can't catch me. Well, we're going right back in to find more of those materials needed to ascend Dia. Sorry if I'm having a hard time speaking. It's due to the fact I'm still recovering from congestion. Most of the effects have lessened. There's most of the symptoms, I mean, but unfortunately, stuffy nose and sore throat is what's remaining. You know what? Yeah, I better judge, but I'm going into the sand. Oh, that was not quicksand. That was not quicksand at all. I was expecting quicksand.
I swear by my sword.
Oh. Hi. I didn't know we were going monster hunting. You missed me. I won't miss you. Oh. Oh, hi. Ooh. Hey, we got it. Honestly, I don't know what these would be good for, but might as well get it just in case. I mean, because why not?
I do love Spina di Rosula's logo. It was designed by my mother. Have you noticed how it's shaped like a heart?
Is there more? There's more. Yay. how many more? How many more? We're almost there, aren't we? We need 2 more. That should be easy enough. I think. Okay. So I'm assuming I'm going this way? Yep, we're going that way. Or not? Yeah. That's gonna be a problem, isn't it? I can't go that way. Guess we'll backtrack. What was that? Could that be my way down? Oh, you don't look friendly. But you know what? We got enough. Maybe now, let's go back to... Wait, before we go, do I have enough of the other material? I can craft those. So, let's go back to Fontaine. We'll go here. Alright, we got that. We just need a couple of these. Ah! Of course I don't have enough. However, maybe I have enough to... Nope, I do not. Ooh. Hmm.
Traveling. I don't mind where we go, as long as I have my friends with me.
Well, I guess we'll continue with the story. Guess we can go after the material after. That, and I need to find a good fire enemy to take on. Are you gonna halt us again?
You're here! Finally! It's Monsieur Durvalette and Lady Farina. They seem to have...
Uh-oh.
Like I said, I've already explained everything.
And yet the problem has not been properly solved. There is little space for excuses between us. It is not my intention to offend you, but please, tell me where you stand. You are the Hydro Archon Focalor, are you not? Look at this. This is a list of the victims from the recent Poisson incident.
You mean...
We did not arrive in time to avert this disaster, and I will not have it happen again. I will say this once more. You must tell me everything you know. Yesterday, I found 3 stone slates in some ancient ruins near Poisson. Do you know—
Seriously? You're questioning me like this is a court case now. I don't know anything about that, but you found them in some ancient...
That's correct, which is why I came to ask you some questions. There should have been 4 slates, but one of them was missing. The other 3 feature different images that seem to correlate to the prophecy. The second of these slates depicts the previous Hydro Archon Egeria kneeling before a floating island in the sky, as if confessing something.
I don't. I've never seen such...
I'll ask you again. Do you really have no... My deciphering of the slates indicates that the Hydro Archon Egeria once had to confess to, or apologize for, certain...
All gods don't have the same secrets, you know. She was herself and I'm me. I understand your concerns, but I'm sorry.
Forgive me for saying this now, Lady Farina, but I have long known of your various secret investigations into certain matters. There are several indications that you have been investigating the prophecy on the sly. This is not strange in itself, considering that you are the Hydro Archon. But it is strange that you should also claim to not know any of Egeria's secrets, as well as do nothing following your inquiries. You have never been as superficial as you presented yourself to be, nor are you a fool. And yet, your behavior is very inconsistent.
Well, since you know about my secret investigations, then you should know there's no point questioning or suspecting me. You're the Udic. Just trust in me. You're Archon and do as I say. Never mind whether you can truly convince yourself to or not. Turn up. That's all.
Excuse me.
Do not discuss this matter again. Oh.
Did Farina not notice us standing by the door? Wonder what's up with her.
I assume you've been outside for a while now?
Oh, you noticed. Seems
She was in a great panic, though I cannot discern the reason. Our discussion reached impasses time and again, a state of affairs that we cannot allow to continue. Still, I do not understand. Dialogue is the basis for understanding, so why did she keep refusing to engage? Everyone in her inner circle has noticed that she is hiding some secret. The issue is her attitude. I fear that she will not reveal anything unless absolutely forced to. We may have to create a situation in which she will have no choice but to speak.
Oh?
Normally, people will only reveal the truth when standing trial. Perhaps we must have the Hydro Archon experience just such a scenario.
But Farina's seen so many trials, and she's really good at dodging questions.
We will need to consider this thoroughly, join forces with various parties, and then do what we can. If at all possible, I would prefer to recuse myself from this affair, but we must prevent the prophecy from coming to pass. This may be cruel to her, but all Fontaine is in crisis. The information a god possesses is too precious, and so we must take a chance on this. But who will lend us their aid?
So we're gonna have to put the Archon herself on trial.
Everyone, huh? It was pretty smart of you to think of hiding here.
Poisson was just involved in a disaster, so it's presently devoid of people. That naturally makes it the best choice.
And here you are drinking tea like it's the most natural thing, huh?
That's what family should do. Sit and enjoy a leisurely time together.
It's nice to enjoy tea here, you know? Care for a...
Lend me your ears, everyone. Or perhaps one of you might like to start us off. How about...
me?
Then, how about you?
I fear that I will cause the mood on this boat to become as somber as it is in court.
Well then, I guess we're lucky we've got a local like me to organize things. Wonder...
That was a little long-winded, don't you think?
Oh, you might be right. Anyway, to cut to the chase, our friend here has brought us together to As for what that is, well, let's start by saying that we'll be pooling our efforts together to create a series of traps.
Oh? How intriguing.
Well, it's just an expression, really. One that I just learned from Chlorand and used on the spot. So, let's invite her to explain in detail.
Huh? Didn't you say that you would be facilitating?
Oh, come now. Your work doesn't involve much public speaking, right? This is a good chance to practice.
I see. And what does my boss say?
He is glad that you consider him...
Excuse me.
Do go on.
I'm gonna get some water real quick. I'm very sorry about that. Unfortunately, I'm still having, like I said before, I'm still having congestion issues, and it can be very difficult for me. Also, let's see, we got both Eddie Rules and Midnight Muser in the stream. Hello. I'm surprised nobody said hi. You guys just lurking?
In that case, do any of you have experience?
Not that I recall.
Fremine and I once used a wooden stick in a basket to catch wild rabbits when we were younger. As for Lynette, oh, right. You were...
I've also gone diving to catch some...
I'm afraid not. You may or may not have heard, but Fontaine once played host to a group known as the Marechaussee Hunters. Though that was their name, they did not hunt animals, but rather various monsters left behind by the ancient dynasty of today. Fontaine's monster population has already thinned greatly, so the hunters have blended back into society, taking up arms in other lines. A trap comprises of the following components: bait, a trigger, and a containment device. Sometimes a lethal implement will also be necessary to deal with. So, if we were to build a trap together...
For me, I would prefer something basket-shaped. Pigeons in our line of work requires a deft hand, and we're some of the best in the industry.
You used some of those techniques while moving the people of Poisson, didn't you? My subordinates mentioned that you even performed some magic for the balling...
Yes, and I even managed to gather some intelligence in the meantime.
I'm afraid I can't claim that as my strong suit. I prefer more stable methods.
Calm and steady. Exactly the kind of person who would catch loads of fish.
And I can be their assistant.
With discretion,
I'd probably use some sort of mechanical animal. Papa once bought me some small clockwork squirrels, mice, and such. When placed in the fort, I remember that you liked those too, didn't you?
I did. And that would be a good way to go about it. If they're realistic enough, animals of the same kind will follow them all the way to the trap.
What about you, Monsieur Neuvillette?
I fear I do not have any related experience.
Strange.
That makes sense. You usually solve problems directly, without the... But I do have one more question for you. If we were to create a trap now...
Would like for it to be effective, but bring no harm to the prey.
Kind, as always. However, our intention doesn't necessarily change the containment device and the type of implement we need. If we wanted to kill the prey in one strike, we would need a powerful... However, that also goes for prey that must be captured and safely contained.
Wait, why is that?
Only a hunter who's a true expert at subduing their prey can snare it without harming it. The line that divides life and death is often exceedingly thin.
We hadn't thought of seeing ourselves as hunters.
If our means of capturing and dealing with our prey is to put them on trial, then the hunting metaphor is actually quite accurate. But we shall require much more courage than any hunter to judge a god, a being whose seat is an exalted throne.
Oh, so that's what's going on.
Okay, so I'm confused then. What are we gonna do? What is our trap? Yeah, what is our little trap gonna be? We're about to find out. Well, considering the trap's gonna be like court related, gotta be enough where she can't hide away from the truth.
It's been a tough few days, hasn't it? So much has been happening. Paimon didn't think the meetings would go on for so long, but everyone seemed pretty fired up, huh? Paimon thought they'd be at least a little frightened. Well, Fremine was, now that Paimon started, but everyone else just looked a little surprised. It's hard to say. Paimon doesn't have any experience with this sort of thing. But with you around, Paimon sure will do great.
Hey, that's nice of you to say.
After all, you're the most reliable person in the world, aren't you? Huh?
Is something wrong?
Did you just pour some tea? Paimon's never seen that cup.
Don't be frightened. I'm just joining you two for tea.
Who's that?
What a strange conclusion, but also such an interesting one. You two make such a fascinating combo. And yet even you feel confused. Consider me a passerby, just accepting a commission from my friend's disciple on a whim. Precisely. Call me N, a mage who wanders the world. At least, that's how my friends have suggested that I introduce myself. The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesized will be fulfilled. You may view such...
What?
People call such things fate, and it is written in the stars. It cannot so easily be altered. So you've caught on. Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods, could things be happening in hidden corners where the gods' gaze does not fall? Are the things that you shall see different from the fate that the gods perceive?
What is she talking about? It all sounds really impressive.
I believe that you understand, right? Some things are insignificant, but others, ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Tevat's future. This was good tea, by the way.
The voice. Alright, coming!
You're getting more diligent, Paimon.
Hey, it's you who's getting lazy, okay?
Well, I see I've walked in on some lively banter. Fine, just fine. I went to take part in that Steambird panel. It turned out to be not all Fontainians are pessimistic about this. One journalist mentioned that sitting around and waiting for the end to come would be wrong, and that they should make their own rescue preparations. I agreed, so we had a brief chat with her.
Did she have pink?
Why, yes, it was Charlotte. I assume you've heard of her, no? That I'm in full support of her view. Prophecies are very important, but how can people allow their lives to be commandeered by just a few words?
That's right! Paimon's glad to hear something sensible from—
yes. About what we had discussed before. I did try, but I'm afraid— Huh? Goodness gracious. Are you serious?
She said that even the god's gaze has blind spots. Pretty bold if you ask me. Most people would believe the gods to be all-knowing, right?
The Hexen Circle members are certainly anything but ordinary. As for the mage named N, the old hag has mentioned her a few times. She said that N's action is incredible, and that she loves guiding those who are lost. But I've never met her, and if she were still alive, she'd be... well, suffice it to say that the hag's at least a few hundred now, and N's been around for longer than that.
Whoa. The Hexen Circle sounds like a scary group. But they must really stay in shape to live so long.
Their abilities alone are pretty terrifying. If she came to see you personally, then the problem you're facing must truly be of great importance.
Well, it's not like Paimon could understand anything she said.
Yes, she was quite cryptic, but I suspect she means that there is still a way to turn things around. She didn't say when or what that would be, though, so perhaps it is something that you cannot know right now. Traveler, Paimon, are you two all right?
Oh, we're fine. We're just a little down right now.
I see. I guess you could consider me someone who has often witnessed fate. So far as I have seen, it cannot but even so. I still hope for, and believe in, miracles. Astrology is eternal and rational, but fate may not be. Perhaps that's what En was trying to tell you. Not to lose heart, and to believe that what you are seeing playing out before you is not yet set in stone. I did originally consider steering clear of all this, but I couldn't. Even if this is all futile, I still wish to help everyone. If we don't struggle to the last, then how can we face the end when it comes?
True.
You do have a point.
Ugh. I would love to stop coughing.
There I go, talking about astrological principles again. Sorry about that. The moment I start talking about work-related stuff. I need to get going. It was worth trying to comfort you, even if only a little. I suppose that might be why we always seem to meet by coincidence.
Paimon feels kind of moved by what Mona said, but also kind of sad too. Hey, Traveler, Paimon suddenly feels like going outside for a... Let's walk around the city, shall we? There's a few spots we always like to walk by.
Huh? Huh? Hmm? Hello there. Okay.
Huh? Our names are written in this newspaper. What's going on?
Well, we are well known outside in many regions, many nations. So it's not surprising wind's catching on.
Let Paimon see! The underwater stronghold, the Fortress of Meripede, has continued in its noble autonomy, but that does not mean that others cannot interact with it. My recent attempts to enter the fortress bore little fruit. Huh. Guess Charlotte still hasn't given. Thus, did an Outlander friend become the focus of this report? A blind adventurer with their white fairy legends trailing in their wake. It's said that this mysterious traveler once visited the underwater So while the fortress's interior remains a mystery behind closed doors, do not fear, for the tales of the traveler contain surprises in spades.
Huh?
Journalist Charlotte's biggest scoop yet. The Traveler's Trail, World Walker.
Ooh, interesting title.
Huh. Charlotte took so many awesome photos of us and we never even noticed her.
That's a professional photographer, all right.
She hasn't been able to get a hold of the fortress, so since we're easier to find, she's using us as the subject matter instead? Seriously? Well, fine. Those... We're here!
Huh?
Hey, quick! Look! That's the limited edition only 16 slices a day cake!
It hasn't already sold out for today?
It was so delicious the last time we tried it, despite...
One slice of cake, please.
Someone showed up after all. Oh, wait, you're the one from the Palais Mermonia.
Oh, are you here to buy cake too? It seems Monsieur Nervalette was right. You really can eat.
Wait, did he really say something like that?
Neverlet.
That's right. Even he has his own preferences when it comes to food. As for me,
do you come here often?
Usually every day.
Every day?
It's part of my daily schedule, apart from work. I shall have my cake and coffee.
Oh.
Then what if someone told you one day that this place would be closing soon, and you...
But why would it close?
Well, Paimon doesn't know either, but... maybe...
Oh, the prophecy. To be honest, I haven't paid much attention to that. No, still, even if there'd be no more cake tomorrow, that wouldn't keep me from having some today. No, it's the same for eating in general. You might not be able to eat tomorrow, but if you can do so today, then you should carry on. That's what people call living, you know.
She is definitely mature and wise for thinking that.
Huh.
Don't be sad. Excuse me, could I have 2 more slices of cake to go? These 2 slices are for you. Sijuin said that this kind of expression you're making is what humans call being sad.
Oh, you know Sijuin?
I sure do. She was born before me, and she sometimes comes to the surface to teach us about humans. She said that humans are creatures that are saddened easily, yes, and you can only lift their spirits by feeding them delicious food. I've got something else to do, so I'll be going now.
Cute.
And there she goes. All right, let's dig in. Paimon's sure this cake will be delicious.
The fact the cakes haven't been bought yet means Furina never didn't go after it. I think.
It's more delicious than last time, and the flavor gets even better with a sip of tea. Sure would be nice if we could always eat delicious food.
Okay, my throat's feeling better again. Whew. I honestly hate when that happens.
Oh, we're near the Steambird office. Let's go look for Charlotte and have a chat.
Where is Charlotte? Is the quest because I still need to... Steambird interview. Steak tartare. Ooh. That was quick.
Wow! If it isn't the Traveler and Paimon! Ha! You've got some nerve! You just used us to make some quick Mora!
Can we negotiate a profit split?
Oh, you needn't worry about that. I heard that you were in Poisson some time back, so I sent you a letter to discuss just that. It appears you didn't receive it, though. It's all right, though. I've set aside the amount intended for you. Have you...
Really?
You're almost a little too easy to win over, Paimon. If I were a journalist with ulterior motives, you'd be in trouble now, you know.
Oh, Paimon knows you're not like this.
Still, what brings you here all of a sudden? Were you...
A friend of ours met you a while back, and when she mentioned it, we thought of coming to see you. Her name's Mona.
Ah, so you know Miss Mona as well. She's a guest columnist for our paper. Really good one, too. She's so young and already such a brilliant astrologist.
Of course.
So she mentioned me? What did she say?
She said that you're a real daredevil journalist.
Nice. In which case, can this daredevil journalist dare to request...
Huh? So your article in the paper today doesn't count?
Oh, of course it doesn't. That was more like live photography. What I'd like to do is dive deeper and ask you to...
Yeah, are we even qualified enough?
Why not? If I say you're worth an interview, then you're worth it. But not right now, of course.
Oh, in that case, we'll just...
Oh, so that's a yes? Ooh, splendid! I'll tell the editor-in-chief immediately. I'll have to... Oh, so much to get done now.
She's excited.
I've still got a question for you.
And what's that?
If, just for example, Fontaine were to be flooded tomorrow, what would you do today?
Huh. That's the prophecy you're talking about, isn't it? I mean, I do hear about it often, but I've never once thought that the day could be... If you're seriously asking, then I might try and think of a way to leave Fontaine. Oh, but I'm still a journalist, first and foremost. That means I have a duty to be reporting from the scene. And secondly, I wouldn't forsake my homeland that easily.
I can understand that.
From what I've seen, most people don't know what they'd do should the worst come to pass. In truth, it might be better just to behave like normal rather than worry over such an end. So in all likelihood, I'd probably still be prepping at the office for that interview of ours. I know what you're thinking. That sounds a bit sad. Just think about it. If this nation really were to be suddenly destroyed tomorrow, but I still successfully finish an exclusive interview with a truly unique person, the story I would wind up writing would truly be top. And then do you know what I'd do? Well, I'd write that story, send it for printing, and I'm not a dreamer, nor am I a workaholic. But I do love my job, and I'd be proud of leaving such an article behind. But anyway, that's my answer.
That's so nice. Anyway, let's go and take a look at the sea, shall we?
Take a look at the sea? Oh, we're fast traveling.
The sea breeze and scenery can be a pretty soothing Hyman's been thinking.
Yes.
If it wasn't Fontaine, but all of Tevat that would be destroyed tomorrow. No, Hyman should ask if you could choose.
If I could choose, huh? It's just like Charlotte said. Suddenly trying to consider what to do is pointless.
We've always been moving to the next destination, so we haven't spent much time thinking about these kinds of things. We didn't have to either, with us always being on the road and whatnot.
Until that moment comes, I think I'll keep journeying on.
You mean, still traveling? Huh. Wait! like you'll grow mold if you stay here long enough. But it's still better than the Fortress of Mirapede, that's for sure. It's not only damp there, but salty too.
Hey now, it was still a nice place.
So the two of you are still here. Wonderful.
Oh, you're from the Palais Mermonia, aren't you?
Yes, I'm Monsieur Nervilette sent me to look for you two before. I heard that afterward you went to the Fortress of Meropide. Not at all. I'm well aware that you're friends of his. Actually, I'm here to pass along a message from him. Yes, inside the Opera House. The Maréchaussée Phantom has declared the incident a small-scale riot.
A riot?
Well, that said, I don't personally think it was that serious. Lady Farina was watching a performance at the Opera House, and while she was resting during an intermission, some other audience members saw Rat loudly accusing her of doing nothing about the prophecy. And before she could respond, others started to join in. The crowd continued to grow, and protests against the Hydro Archon started to...
So people have started to put the blame on Farina. Guess they finally found an outlet for the pressure they've been under due to the prophecy.
I agree. People will naturally rely on gods, as is customary. But the moment...
So what happened after that is Farina...
Seeing that the situation was spiraling out of control and that further argument was pointless, she claimed that she'd gotten tired of this, and the Maréchaussée Phantom had their hands full maintaining order and did not catch where Lady Farina had gone. Only when things had stabilized did we realize that she had gone missing.
So, you mean she's still missing?
Huh?
That's right. The Maréchaussée has dispatched many people to search for her, but we don't have any leads yet. That said, I don't think there's much to worry about. She is a god after all. Even if she were to fall into the hands of rioters, what could... Good. Monsieur Nervilette sent me to tell you about this.
Don't worry, this is more than enough to go on. Thanks.
Is that so?
Well, sounds like we should hurry over to Poisson then.
You sure caught on quickly.
If we know Farina, she won't try to fix things in this situation. Instead, she'll look for a place to wait out the heat. And, as we also know, she may be loud and dramatic, but she doesn't have a heart. When Nervilette was talking to her in the Palais Mermonia, and she heard about Poisson, she couldn't it would be hard for her to ignore being accused by the public today. Paimon thinks Farina's probably taken the opportunity to slip away to Poisson and try to relieve the sense of guilt that... Well, what do you think? Paimon knows the answer, of course, but Paimon can do the analysis to back it up, too. Cool, huh?
I see becoming a detective's done you some good.
In that case, there's not a moment to lose. Poisson, here we come!
Oh, we're not fast traveling there this time? Okay. I was expecting we were going to fast travel there. Excuse me. Still not enough primo gems yet? Okay. Let's keep going then. Well, we already know where she's going. Huh? I want to take a look at... Oh.
evacuated already. All that's left here are signs of devastation. Could Farina really be here? Let's try to find her as soon as possible.
Sounds like a good idea. I wish those skates would last a little bit longer.
That's Farina, right over there. Shh. She
Stay
really
quiet.
is here all on her own.
Stay quiet for now.
Should I just give up? This is all meaningless. What was meant to happen, after all. Everyone's dead. I'm sorry. I am so... Give up, Farina. There's no point in holding out. I'm sorry, but what can I even do? Other than to repeat meaningless apologies. Oh, who's that?
Don't worry, Farina. It's just...
So it is you, blonde traveler from another land. Why, I almost thought you were someone from that mob of my ignorant subjects. Come to kneel and beg for my forgiveness.
Farina, you were crying just now, weren't you?
What do you mean, tear stains? Oh, I remember. Who did that uncivilized They even dared Archon! Oh, and I'm sure Nouvellette and those people from the Maréchaussée Phantom are freaking out right next to them, too.
Hey, there she is! The Hydro Archon's over there! Quick, after her!
Farina, those people seem to be after you.
They are? They're just some rabid fans. That's against the rules.
Farina just ran off. Quick, we have to catch up with her. This should be the place, right? Hey, Farina! There's a good hiding spot over here. Quick, come to Paimon before the rest of them...
What?
Hurry, they're almost...
Fine. I suppose haste is...
Huh? Oh, so this is what one of the place looks like on the outside.
No, I mean, I merely gave in to the sheer enthusiasm they displayed.
Yep, that's a good girl.
What's happening? The ground's shaking.
Another disaster just struck, I suspect.
Yeah. A quake of this kind preceded the flooding in Poisson, didn't it?
It can't be. It's happening again.
Well, there's no need to worry too much about that. Nouvellette's made some emergency plans, so the evacuation should go a lot smoother this time.
Yeah. I hope that the people of Poisson...
Has Farina finally reached her limit? Now that she's talking about her actual feelings, she's starting to look far less stiff.
It's true. I've been investigating the prophecy for hundreds of years. I once had informants all over Tevat, searching for clues and feeding information back to me. I've tried all kinds of ways, too, to hold back the sea, but all my efforts proved to be futile in the end. Really, The truth has been we cannot make an enemy of the divine. No matter what we do, the will of the heavenly principles will have its way. And the prophecy... Give up. I do love the sound of that phrase. It would mean finally coming to terms with fate, but also, indeed, I've thought about giving up so many times. Fate is really unreasonable, isn't it? It has no heart and obeys no rules. The prophecy has only just started to come true, and so many people have up it just now. It all became clear to me. I still don't have the right to come to terms with fate like everyone else. As long as the final moment hasn't come, it's still not too late. Don't worry. I will keep hope alive for everyone until the very end. Well, that's enough for now. I got the impulse to play the stricken maiden, but honestly, considering my rank and station, don't take any of what I just said seriously. How could I—
Come on! Paimon could have sworn you were actually being honest just now.
Share my burden. That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone. A witness. Yes, I've heard that you came to Tevat, and if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator, aren't you?
Are you gonna finally tell us? Huh?
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes my opening performance. Now, without further ado...
So, this is what it is. Yes, you deserve praise. Do not forget, however, that I am Fosalor, the god of justice. The embodiment of justice itself. Does it not strike you as even the...
May I interpret these words as your refusal to stand trial? In that case, you will have the opportunity to defend your honor through a duel.
You would draw your blade against a... I see. It seems like you have made up your...
Paimon can't believe it. She...
What the hell is going on? Did I just see an Archon?
Wow, how utterly humiliating.
Lady Farina, what is the meaning of this?
It would seem that there has been a misunderstanding. To be clear, the raising...
Looking for excuse...
I raised my hands just now. I will admit that I've been running away for a long time. I'm sorry, everyone. I was unable to protect the people of Poisson. It is my duty to stand trial for my crimes. You are not the only ones to be disappointed in me. But now, it is time for the Hydro Archon to show you her courage and resolve. I, Farina, will use this trial to show the world the true meaning of justice! This time, I will...
applaud and rejoice. Mark my words. This shall be one of the most exhilarating and brilliant shows ever to grace the stage of Fontaine. The trial of the Hydro Archon, Focalor, will now begin!
Wow. Cricket?
Oh, now we're making history.
Okay, maybe not.
Why does it feel like Farina just took over the whole thing? Like, come on! Didn't she just get forced to stand Also, even though she's still acting super dramatic, she is in the series.
Alright then. Who will...
The court asks the prosecutor to please take the stand.
Is
Thank you,
that
Your Honor.
so? Very well. Then please speak, witness of Tivat. My accused...
Huh? Okay.
Also, please allow me to ask, as a final question before the trial begins, just how much work did you do to force me on...
Well, we did do a lot of prep after the meeting that day.
I can go over the tasks assigned to the Spina di Rosula, since they were rather straightforward and easy.
Navia, the president of...
Most of the people who participated in the disturbance this morning were my subordinates. They changed into plain clothes and came to the Opera House as regular audience members, waiting for the perfect opportunity to incite insurrection against... The people's resentment against the has been building as more and more of the prophecy is fulfilled. A spark was all we needed to turn smoldering anger into a flame. Moreover, according to our understanding and analysis of you, when something like that occurred, you would likely flee the scene and head to Poisson by yourself. So, we arranged for a second group to lie in wait there.
So, you mean... the ones who scoured the settlement for me were also...
And their goal was to force you to step into the giant magic box so you may personally participate in the greatest magic performance in all of Fontanian...
That's right. That house was a magic box, rather than someone's residence.
As the super ultimate version of the setup that I used when I first performed at the Opera Epiclese, the volume of the box was increased by a whole order of magnitude, and the distance it traversed was the entire gap between Poisson and Areneas. Its cargo, of course, was an Archon instead of a... My thanks for... Without your help, we could never have pulled off such an extraordinary...
You're welcome?
Of course, this performance was only made possible with Father's support. The House of the Hearth spent a massive amount of labor in Mora to pull this off. We had to select a location, construct the giant magic box, dig a tunnel, and open up a path through the water.
So, in other words, the earthquake that we felt within the giant magic box was just a normal tremor from the transportation of the...
That's right. It wasn't a sign of another disaster to come.
Sorry about that.
Then, I can guess Nervilette and Cloran's pup. You gathered a crowd, prepared a stage, and made sure that the champion duelist would be immediately ready for a fight. Also that as soon as I appeared on the stage, the
Yes, that is...
Well, Clorand, I must commend you for your courage. Only the most outstanding champion...
Thank you.
As for you, Traveler, I suppose your role, you'd make sure that I didn't notice anything amiss before revealing yourself as my prosecutor once we'd arrived onto the stage.
Oh?
Is that so? Then I suppose I must have missed my final chance. It's fine. It matters not. What's done is done. The stage is already set, so there's no reason to disappoint the audience. Let's see this trial through to the very end.
As you wish.
Sir Sir Prosecutor, please allow me to pass this along. This is a document that Miss Charlotte applied for and received permission to share with you during the trial. According to her, it should speed up the proceedings.
Huh? Charlotte wanted to give us something? Oh, so she's here too! Hey, oh, let Paimon see. Isn't this... Wait, then that means this document is a perfect timeline of everything that's happened ever since we stepped... So in other words, we can refer to this anthology of evidence every time we want to use something from our journey as evidence for an argument.
Hey,
Let's quickly confirm the information in it. Just think of it as a refresher, alright?
Alright.
You defeated the Hydro Archon in the very first duel you took part in at the Opera House. That's one for the history books, all right. I didn't think that you'd wind up getting to the bottom of the case I'd been following all this time. I guess you could also see this as a happy coincidence.
Excuse me.
This is the first time Monsieur Nervillette had a difference of opinion with the Oratrice. Even the Hydro Archon can't figure it out. A Fatui Harbinger. She's an extraordinary person. Her instinct must mean something. The fortress of Meripede was almost destroyed in a single day. That I didn't witness personally will always be a source of professional regret, I think. According to Monsieur Nervillette, both Child and that whale should have been in the primordial sea at that time. I nearly lost my awesome friend Navia. To be honest, that still gives me shivers.
Okay, I'm getting sick and tired of this cough.
The words of someone as extraordinary as a witch can probably only be truly understood when something surreal happens to you.
Cool.
The prosecution and the defense are both in position. The trial shall now begin.
Oh, come on, Nervillette. But just fast forward to the part where the prosecution lays out my offenses. As the defendant and the lead actress of this performance, I still haven't even been informed of my Of course, it is only natural for humans to struggle to understand the actions of a god.
That's true. But my charge here is unrelated to your conduct as an Archon. Instead, I would like to charge you as a fraud who's never been the Archon in the first place.
Huh?
Wait, what was that? Lady Farina's a fraud?
Hey, I came here thinking that we were going to try the Hydro Archon for—
Charge accepted. Lady Farina. Lady Farina.
I plead not guilty. There is no way that I, Focalor, otherwise known as Farina de Fontaine, a member of the Seven and the Regina of all waters, kindreds, peoples, and lords of Fontaine.
Yeah, even though Lady Farina can be rather eccentric.
Yeah, I've never questioned her identity either.
I have cause to believe that common sense will prevail in this case. Many of the members of the audience have known me as the Hydro Archon ever since they were born. See? Even the Oratrice has decided to if you wish to drop the case, I can promise you as the—
An argument with near impossible odds, huh? You have to not only refute Farina's—
Well, I tried to give you the chance. And if I was not the Archon—
Oh, it gives me it gives me two options. Why can Farina live so long despite being she's human? The curse.
be a member of another long-lived race, which would allow you to naturally possess an extended lifespan. And second of all, even if that wasn't the case, there could be other ways to extend your life.
Such as a curse.
Who gave you that idea? Was it the knave? You'd sink so low as to—
A curse? I once thought it possible that the aura of an Archon might naturally resemble a type of curse. But in light of this claim, perhaps what I sensed was not your divinity.
Neuvillette sensed it too, huh?
Lady Farina. Well, it is true that it's extremely difficult to tell humans and gods apart. Just...
Well, don't start celebrating too early now. Even if I have been carrying a curse like you said, how does that prove that I— Besides, everyone knows that the main difference between a human and a god is the possession of a— For centuries, manifestations of my authority have served the nation. One need only to turn their eyes towards the oratory's
You tried to reference the oratories, but weren't you as confused as all the rest of us when the oratory found their child to be guilty without any proof? Otherwise, you should have come up with a good explanation for that by now.
Didn't I make myself clear at the time? The decisions of the gods are not—
Lady Farina, I believe a reminder of your current circumstances is in order. While the court is in session, the principles of justice and the law must come before all else. While you are an Archon, you are also first and foremost the defendant in this trial. You will prove yourself unable to defend against the prosecution's charges if you continue to withhold vital information against the rules of the court.
I never thought you'd use that kind of rhetoric against me.
That was no trick of rhetoric, Lady Farina. I've merely reiterated the rules of the court. Rules that all should respect and follow.
So, you neither knew why Child was declared guilty, nor did you understand the structure and operations of— Instead of having been created by you, the manifestations of authority you mentioned have been made by the real Hydro Archon, haven't they?
The real Hydro Archon. It is true that I did not know why the oratory— But the oratories handed out that verdict unilaterally. And it has been You can't argue that just because a divine creation is—
She's still throwing out all kinds of excuses. Seems like she's confident that we won't be able to produce proof that she has no power over the oratories.
My power as an Archon. There are
If that poses a concern, I'm prepared to extend my protection to the audience.
You don't need to go that far.
Are you the Hydro Archon? Or is it that you can't even wield the power of Hydro, much less the authority of a god?
Indemnitium! Yes! It's all because of Indemnitium! All Archons derive their power from the faith of the people, and thus did I give up.
Isn't that a huge stretch?
Yeah, no matter how generous an Archon can be, how could they give up all their power? Can a god with no power even still...
That's going...
Seems like nobody's buying Farina's excuse.
That, she's got her foot in her mouth more.
Hey, come now, everyone. I'm still the same for please.
If what the prosecutor said is true, she really has committed—
Did she deceive all of us? And all of our parents? Enough! That's enough. Tell me then, if you have no evidence of another Hydro Archon's existence, nor can you find anyone who can back up their—
Wow, she came up—
What evidence can prove that Furina is human? Irrelevant. Okay, this is a tough one. What evidence? Hey, wait.
It has been established that all Fontanians can dissolve in water from the primordial sea. And that means...
Since you insist on claiming to be a god and not a human, then there's a method that you can use right here and now to eliminate all suspicions of—
Miss Navia, please apply to serve as a temporary attorney for the prosecution before addressing the court. Though you act in partnership with the prosecutor—
Super sorry, Monsieur Chief Justice. Now, I've brought some seawater from Poisson. As everyone knows, a massive flood struck the area not long ago, taking many lives, including those of some of my closest friends. So, Miss Farina, would you dare to touch some of the seawater? If we are to believe that you are indeed the real Hydro Archon, touching the seawater would have no effect on you. All it should do is strengthen your case. But if you don't dare to touch it, then we would have basically proved the reverse. Oh, and I must remind you that after the disaster at Poisson, nobody wants to see any more people dissolve. I do hope you'll act prudently and choose the simpler path of admitting guilt.
Navia from the Spina di Rasula. Spina has governed Poisson for many years. I guess her suggestion is valid.
If Lady Farina is indeed just a human, she's probably Fontanian like all the rest of us. Would she really dare to try?
Is she going to?
Lady Farina, this test has been unilaterally proposed by the prosecution. As it falls outside the realm of standard court proceedings, you possess the right.
Well, of course he had to tell her that. But refusing to participate is basically the same as a confession.
She's just staring at the water without saying a single word.
What's going on? Is she really planning to—
Due to the inherent risk of the test, Lady.
Hey!
She actually...
I'm fine! Look at me, Will you believe me now?
Miss Siegewin? If you're present, Miss Siegewin, please come forward and attend to the defense.
Siege, don't be nervous. It'll just take that.
Please announce the results of your evaluation to—
As everyone doubtlessly saw, Miss Farina was displaying symptoms of hyperventilation and flushed skin. She was experiencing the adverse effects of exposure to primordial seawater. The extent to which she was affected is the same as other humans when exposed to primordial seawater of a similar concentration.
Thank you, Miss Siegewin. Lady Farina.
Oh, wait. What did she just say? I didn't get dissolved!
Well, considering your tendency to run from your problems, we did originally prepare a direct sample of the seawater around Poisson. However, after extensive discussion, we exchanged it for a sample that is not concentrated enough to dissolve an actual human. After all, on the off chance that something entirely unexpected might occur, we don't want anyone else to lose their life to the sea.
Yeah, so out of regard for Farina's life, you secured a low-concentration sample and asked the head nurse to serve as an expert witness. It's a great thing that the direct sample wasn't actually used.
I can't believe... everyone. Think about it. Also, if I was really just a human, why would I dare? Please, everyone, anyone, just listen to me. I swear, I really am your
Furina.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone.
With all the things that have been said, Paimon doesn't think there's any—
I believe the time for arguments and presentation of evidence has come to an end. If there are no objections, we will move on to the final judgment.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone who's two-stepped against her now.
What is she really then?
In my capacity as Chief Justice, I shall now render judgment on Furina's misrepresentation of herself as the Archon of Fontaine. As a human who knowingly deceived her fellow citizens, Furina is guilty. We shall now turn to the Oratrice Mécanique. According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique de la...
Well, what's wrong? What's the Oratrice's verdict?
Did it just declare her to be innocent?
No. The Oratrice also
Isn't that correct?
However, the exact wording of the verdict is thus. The Hydro Archon, guilty to be punished via the death sentence.
The death sentence?
That's actually one of the available sentences? I've always thought that it was just a myth.
The one and only time the death sentence has been handed out at the court. And it's been given to the very person we've worshipped as the god of justice?
Furina's been sentenced to death by the Oratrice? We just wanted to use the trial to show her the seriousness of things so she'd tell us the truth.
This outcome is indeed quite strange. According to Fontaine's current definitions of justice, is this sentence really appropriate for the crimes that have been committed?
Yeah, even Fauché wasn't sentenced to death by the Oratrice. You know, the real evil mastermind behind the serial disappearances case.
Indeed. Not only is Furina's sentence overly excessive, the very point of our trial today was also to prove that Furina has never been. But now, the Oratrice seems to have deliberately invoked the title of the Hydra.
Excuse me, if I may interrupt. Is the trial
Fremine! Huh, you finally made it.
Mm-hmm. Any mission Father is...
Is that the first? Huh. So the knave privately arranged for Fremine to try...
I looked everywhere and finally found it at the bottom of the sea. But has the trial already concluded? Then...
Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Fremine. Please allow me to... Traveler, I believe that you have already seen the other existing slates.
What happened? What's going on?
So what do you see? What is it?
I believe I have now made sense of the Hydro Archon's crime. It has to do with Fontaine's lost history.
Huh? Isn't the Hydro Archon just guilty of deceiving her people? Oh, wait, no, that's for... so when you say Hydro Archon, do you mean the real Hydro...
In truth, everything that you've encountered in Fontaine up until this point can be traced back to the contents of these. However, I'm uncertain as to how much sense they currently make to you.
Okay, let's try to recall the contents of the
Okay.
The first stone slate describes what you just said. It seems to show the previous Hydro Archon using her divine power, and then the Oceanids turn into human. Does that mean that Fontanians are transformed Oceanids? Oh, Paimon wasn't expecting that. But if Oceanids can turn into humans, then perhaps the second stone slate shows Celestia floating in the sky, and the Hydro Archon and her people worshipping it together. But the heavens still brought judgment down upon them. This must be the point when the Hydro Archon and the Fontanians were branded with their original sin. Does this mean that the third slate shows the Hydro Archon sinking into the sea surrounded... That reminds Paimon, didn't we also watch that happen to someone else? Well, the fourth slate is the prophecy the Fontanians have been talking about. People dissolving into the sea, the Hydro Archon. We didn't believe that such a crazy disaster could happen at first, did we? But after...
Okay.
That doesn't sound...
We know from the case of the serial disappearances of young women that Fontanians can be dissolved in primordial seawater. And the first stone slate tells us that long ago, the Hydro Archon used her power to turn Oceanids into humans. This might be the reason that Fontanians can dissolve.
Okay.
That doesn't...
Hmm.
Perhaps what is about to take place has all happened before. The true sin of the Hydro Archon that Nervalet mentioned, and the original sin cast down on the people of Fontaine by Celestia. It's not as simple as falling into the sea. When Navia fell into the sea, her consciousness was subjected to judgment. The stone slates show the people gathered around the Hydro Archon in the sea. Could that be alluding to the same thing?
That doesn't sound...
That's not it.
The prophecy from the stone slates found its way into society, but not many people believed it at first. The fortress of Meropide was nearly flooded with primordial seawater. It can cause Fontanians to dissolve. It seems increasingly likely if we hadn't dealt with it in time.
They'll dissolve into the primordial sea but won't cease to exist. Their essence will flow in the seawater, converge, and take the form of an Oceanid. The Hydro Archon was sentenced to death in court, shocking everyone present. Perhaps this means that her sin was actually Fontaine's original sin. Navia fell into the water inside those ruins, and she nearly dissolved. She was surrounded by the people of Poisson in a court within her consciousness, and was forced to take part in a trial meant to make her stay. The eruption of the primordial sea at the fortress of Meripede was the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass no matter what. The stone slate's content can all be verified by recent events. If we combine what we know together... Huh? Oh, Paimon gets it now! So that's how you... But then it feels like...
Let's hear them.
The first slate reveals that Fontanians are not real humans.
Incredible. Lenny, we're not real humans.
All Fontanians were originally created by the late previous Hydro Archon with Oceanids as their basis. The evidence for that can be found in how only Fontanians could dissolve in primordial seawater, and how all the girls Vacher dissolved were also turned into Oceanids. Oh, and according to Navia, when she was about to get dissolved, she also saw everyone gathered around for a trial. All of them in the shape of Oceanids.
Indeed.
Yeah, and it follows from the content of the first slate that she probably anchored Celestia by creating humans without prior permission. That could also explain why the Oratrice judged the Hydro Archon to be guilty. It's to account for that ancient sin.
The Hydro Archon's true sin was creating us?
And yet, after many hundreds of years, the Hydro Archon's creations have turned around to try to judge the Archon within the Opera Epiclese. The twists of history are often the most unexpected of all.
Yeah, isn't the image here just like when Navia fell into the sea? So wouldn't it be trying to show the image of the Hydro Archon also falling into the sea once the prophecy has been fulfilled in the fourth slate? In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away. Did Paimon get all that right?
Yep.
You've made some keen deductions. I must say, given how much you still don't know, it is impressive that you've already managed to connect so many pieces of the truth. However,
wow.
While you were able to decode all the information on the slates, they've also been etched with an additional layer of hidden information. When we were at the ruins, I tried to decipher the hidden information recorded in the slates. Now that the slate collection is complete, I'll make another attempt to decipher the narrative recorded with... I believe I should share this truth not only with you, but with all the people of Fontaine as well. Your hypotheses regarding the origin of Fontanians and the sin of the Hydro Archon were both correct. In the Fontaine of old, the previous Hydro Archon sensed the yearning of her Oceanid familiars for life on land. The Oceanids were enamored with the beauty and romanticism of human beings, and wishing to have those experiences for themselves, expressed to the Hydro Archon their desire to become of a similar kind. However, even though water as an element is intricately linked with the power of life, the Hydro Archon, as one of the seven, did not possess the authority to create a new form of not one to give in. She eventually found a way to create permanent humanoid bodies for her familiars by appropriating the power of this planet's primordial sea. She poured primordial seawater into the Oceanids' blood vessels, creating humanoid mimics in the process. But if Fontanians were to ever come into direct contact with water from the primordial sea, the power within their bodies would escape these artificial restraints and return to the sea. As a result, their forms would collapse, and they would be reverted to their original forms as Oceanids. Of course, the Hydro Archon never received permission from the heavenly principles to create a new human race, and thus, the Hydro Archon and all of her creations came to shoulder the original sin of appropriating the power of the primordial sea. That is the true history of how the people of Fontaine first came into being.
So we were all Oceanids.
That's way too much information for me. I think I'm just going to pretend. Wait, but if that's the truth, we can't let the Hydro Archon be sentenced to death. After all, her only sin was creating us.
This really might be too much information for your regular Fontaine.
Alas, your hypothesis regarding the third and fourth stone slates was inaccurate. The slates' respective positions are, in fact, correct. A key point of the visual on the third slate is how all the individuals depicted in the water are humans rather than Oceanids. They have not been dissolved, which implies that the water depicted in this slate is not water from the primordial sea. The nation of Fontaine is the nation of Hydro, as well as the nation of Trials and Justice. Instead of being the literal element, the water in the scene symbolizes judgment. You may also recall Navia's experience. When she fell into the sea, her consciousness was surrounded by that of many others who intended to hold a trial to determine her fate. Therefore, the meaning of that the people of Fontaine shall try the Hydro Archon at the court of justice. Yes, it refers to our present situation.
I think I'm following now. So, what you're saying is, even though we decided to put on this trial to avoid fulfilling in truth, everything we've done has happened exactly as the prophecy foretold.
What should we do?
Uh-oh.
Huh. No matter what, the prophecy will be fulfilled.
If that's the case, does that mean the scene in the fourth slate will...
Traveler, I would like to point out another small fallacy in your deduction about the fourth slate. You probably thought that the eruption of primordial seawater beneath the fortress of Meripede served as the surest sign that the prophet would deliver. I believe that rather than being a sure sign, that eruption could in fact only be a small warning of something far worse to come. As for the root cause of the catastrophe, I believe you've already This eruption was just a small warning of the things to come. We must find the root cause of the disaster.
It was both dream and reality.
The whale.
If we're talking about a true culprit, that could only be that thing inside the primordial sea, right?
The truth, the original sin, the trial, and the root cause of the...
Oh no. Huh? Child?
That was way too close! How did that thing just burst into the Opera House? Was that the huge whale you saw in your dream?
So we've met it at last. I understand very well why it is chosen to make an appearance. That whale does not belong to Tevat. It is a monster that has traversed the stars, weeping all the while. It has been greedily consuming the energy from the planet's primordial sea, using it to grow. That is the main cause for the rising sea levels. And once it has finished consuming all of the energy contained...
You said that when the Hydro Archon first created Fontanians out of Oceanids...
Precisely. That whale finds the blood of Fontanians nigh impossible to resist. Therefore, when it left the primordial sea, it decided to make its next stop a packed opera house full of food.
We just barely managed to push it back, right? In that case, won't...
That is correct. Indeed, it is more accurate to say that we should thank that Harbinger for buying us some time. Without him, the whale would have likely come onto land far sooner. From the way he looked, he must have been fighting the creature for quite a long time.
That battle maniac. We've always known that he had a special connection with that whale, but we definitely didn't expect it to help us out like this. Anyway, now that we know that this whale is the actual cause of the disaster
It is too late.
What do you mean?
It had already absorbed too much of the primordial sea's energy before we could notice it. Even if the entirety of Tevat were to be destroyed, it could still survive and swim off towards some other world.
That's not... We've already done everything we can, and we've come so far. You can't...
Indeed. That's not how a grand performance should end.
I'll fight it to the end.
So the prophecy will be fulfilled no matter what, huh?
The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesied will be fulfilled. You may view such just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods, could ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Tevat's future.
What's happening with the Oratrice?
I believe it is preparing to carry out the death sentence.
Farina! No, I still need answers.
Huh? I'm confused.
You.
Sorry. That shocked expression on your face is just too amusing.
Furina?
I couldn't help myself.
You are not Farina.
Ah, the sweet sound of bewilderment. Marvelous. A sure sign that my attempt to deceive everyone was a resounding success. But to answer your question, I am Focalor. You know.
Focalor?
Oh, that wasn't my goal, of course. Goodness, no. But I had to fool everyone else too, if I was to stand any chance of deceiving the heavenly principles.
Deceiving the heavenly...
It's all because of that pernicious prophecy. Dreadful, wasn't it? Everyone doomed to dissolve. Fontaine condemned to be flooded. One was not amused. In fact, one was positively bemused when that problem was thrust upon me by my dearest predecessor. That's the former Hydro Archon Egeria, for the uninitiated.
It hardly gets more disastrous than a preordained national catastrophe. Now does it? She knew full well that the prophecy would surely come to pass. And as one of the seven, she also knew full well that one defies the heavenly principles at one's peril. So yes, as you have no doubt surmised, it was a rather impossible situation that I found myself in. I spent a terribly long time mulling it over, alone on the ocean floor. And I was almost growing barnacles by the time I finally realized there was only one. I had to outwit the heavenly principles, allow the prophecy to be fulfilled, ostensibly at least, while saving everyone at the same time. I'm a genius, I know. I can only assume that's why Egeria chose, although, looking back now, it was hardly the inheritance one dreams of. Between the task of saving the nation, the quotidian duties of the Hydro Archon, and not to mention the original sin of creating a new race of humans. But one can only play the hand one is dealt. I did not choose this, any more than I chose to be one of her Oceanid familiars.
So you were also once one of the Oceanids, transformed into a human by Egeria's hand.
Yes, I was. I always dreamed of becoming human. And I still do, even now. In my eyes, to be human is to be part of the greatest opera ever known. After becoming a god, I separated my divinity from my body and spirit, leaving behind only a self that was as naive and bewildered as my past self on her first day as a human being. The me you see before you now is that divinity. And the human counterpart I left behind, I named Farina. She could feel joy, sorrow, and everything in between. She could be as vain and conceited, or her strengths were of a kind only a human. But in my eyes, Farina's humanity was what made her perfect. She was perfectly human in every way. The person Anyway, so then I cursed her. All part of the plan, of course. The plan to deceive the heavenly principles. Do you still remember the final scene of the prophecy? In order that the prophecy might appear fulfilled, I invited Farina to be an actress, to play the part of the Hydro in the prophecy, under the curse I placed on her. So long as I, Focalor's divinity, continued to exist, she could not die. But nor was she free to live her life in the pursuit of happiness. Instead, she was forced to take the stage in the opera house, to embrace the role of leading lady, to forever play the part of the god from the prophecy, all to create a deceitful appearance of that prophecy coming to pass. I suppose now you probably understand why your
But Farina is only human. Even though she has had a long life, her mind is no stronger than that of any other. Oh, I cannot begin to fathom what she has had to...
It has indeed. And although she is, in a sense, me in human form, I most definitely owe her an apology for it. It's been 500 years, and all along, she's been playing her part in the most unimaginably long, unbearably lonely, and agonizingly painful opera of all time.
Okay. Things are definitely getting weirder and weirder. Guess we'll talk to
Oh? Who permitted you to come onto the stage? Now, I understand your admiration for— all right. It is not my intent to reprimand you. There is no need to state your name. Just be off with you. Do not distract me from my performance. Oh, do not jest. Can you not feel it? I am Focalor. The eyes of countless Fontanians are upon me. I must, at all times, display the utmost elegance and nobility.
Something's off. There's no getting through to her. Even in her heart of hearts, she's still playing the role of the Hydro Archon. What sort of resolve must she have that even her inner self and subconsciousness would have such an impenetrable defense? I saw a clue. Turn off the spotlights.
Dear audience, the performance is experiencing a technical difficulty, but worry not.
Shackles?
The guards shall resolve it soon enough.
Can't hit me. Good try. Time to turn the next one off.
Hey, what gives? The audience is still watching me, you know. Guards? Wait, where are the guards? Guards!
That's another one down. One more light. And probably one more guard. Huh? Oh, I'm playing as Furina now. I wish I could walk a little faster, but...
Huh? Who's that? Who's calling me? Where are you?
Be not nervous. Be not afraid. I am before you.
Wait a moment. You're mirror me? How can...
Mirror you, huh? You know what?
Mirror me? What?
The prophecy.
What prophecy? The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain.
Oh.
What's going on? I can't seem to...
Yes, it will. And that is why I've come to you. Disaster will come to Fontaine sooner or later. Things will develop just as the prophecy declared.
But doesn't that mean everyone will die?
Oh, don't worry. I will tell you how to save everyone, but you may have to suffer somewhat.
Oh, so there's still hope after all. Goodness, you frightened me. As for the suffering, well, I will admit that the first thing that came to mind was why do I have to be the one to suffer? But if the prophecy will come true, I'll also die anyway, right? So if I've already met Jesus, it's my magical meeting in this world. If there were scales, with all the people of Fontaine on one side, and my pain on the other.
I suppose this would also be the justice that belongs to you.
Huh?
Don't worry, it's nothing. Listen well. Fontaine has just lost its Hydro Archon. I need you to play a role. That of the new Archon.
Play as...
That's right. You must begin a never-ending masquerade. You must... If you can keep it up, then I shall have my way of defying this prophecy. But should your identity be revealed...
But how will I do this? A human assuming the role of a god without being exposed.
Don't worry. What you must do is not to turn yourself into a real god. You being a human yourself, I'm sure you all remember. Your true challenge will not be pursuing divinity.
I'm still... So, how long...
To accomplish this mission, you will have to stay on the stage for... But I promise you, all will eventually end in a magnificent
trial. Huh.
Wow. Okay, so I'm starting to feel bad for Furina, but she had a part she had to play to save everyone.
The Maison Cardinalise has announced my accession, but this is my... What should I say to most appear like a god? Ladies and I'm sure you've all heard about how I have taken on the role of Hydro Archon. Indeed, I am Furina. I know little about becoming a nation's new god, but it will be my honor to guide you all as the god Focalor, the god of justice. I shall do all within my power to lead you into an age. Once again, thank you all for coming. If you should have any questions or suggestions, I thought I might stammer, but thankfully...
That's the new Hydro Archon. Is this some kind of joke by the Maison? I would have thought that a being that surpasses humanity would be a bit more...
Hey, did you hear that? She even told us to send her
Shouldn't gods be all-powerful? She's being so modest.
If you ask me, perhaps the succession didn't actually happen.
Wait, what's going on? Why is everyone suspecting? Right. Mirmi said that calm down, Furina. Think assertive, with a strong sense. Oh, very good, my people. Only ones such as you are now. I was wondering if some weak puppet were to one day come onto the stage and claim ownership of this opera house. Well, it seems that you would all see right through them. Having passed my test, you are qualified to witness wondrous trials alongside my august self. You may consider my previous act a door gift of sorts. I thought it was a debut that suited the atmosphere. Now then, let us be reintroduced.
Ah, so that was just a performance. How could I have forgotten that we were inside an opera house?
Her personality. It's quite shocking, to be honest, but I suppose it's a better look than before.
Such a fascinating and bold deity. How wonderful. Our future may yet be bright after all.
Oh, so that's why she had to do that personality. She had to play the role.
It seems I've turned them around. Best follow this flow and restart my accession speech. My dear people, whether you acknowledge me or not, whether you trust me or nay, I say to you, we have heard it said that this nation's sins can no longer be washed away. Well, the scales of justice should not weigh heavy in the hands of its God. May law be the prayer on our lips. May judgment be our worship. Let us light the fires. There is no trouble in this world that justice cannot solve. All that is needed is for you, my people. So long as I, the Archon Focalor, stand within the Opera Epiclese, so long as I stand before the...
Lady Farina, here are today's case reports, as well as a summary of the follow-up.
Come now, was I not just at the Opera House in person? Besides, none of these trials were the one that I'm looking forward to the most.
If I may be so impertinent...
A magnificent, dramatic, and...
That's true, I fear I lack the...
No need for fright, and do not take what I said before too seriously. Go now. Do your duties.
Lady Farina, I don't know what to say. Thank you for agreeing to see me.
No need to thank me. Or rather, thank your own sense of perseverance instead. Long. Oh, I'm afraid. All right. Deoteria, is it?
You remembered me. He is doing much better now. In fact, he is far more of an ardent believer than I. He was the one who forced me to seek an audience with you.
Oh, good. Very good. If this should happen again in the future, please do not hesitate to come and tell me. Going down to citizens' homes every so often, while not usual practice...
You're such a gentle and...
Lady Farina, here are the latest hydrological reports. As for the specific parameters you asked to...
I see. It's as I thought, then. As your god, I did already expect this, but I wanted to see how far your human wisdom would allow you to, and all manner of signs indicate that the prophecy will still come to pass. Forget it. That's not something you need to worry about right now.
Well, as I understand it, the Fontaine Research Institute is also trying to find a way to counter the rising water level.
Really?
I'm afraid that they haven't found any...
Oh, is that so? Well, no wonder. This issue has reached the realm of the gods, after all.
She was trying so hard to keep a facade. At the same time, it's gotta be eating up at her.
The day is finally over. But it's good to see that everything's getting on track. Maybe this is fine.
How much longer is this going on?
Lady Farina, here are the new trial reports for the...
There'll be no need for that. I've seen them already. There's...
Lady Farina...
Indeed, my dear...
Lady Farina, we're detecting significant hydrological anomalies near
Understood. Keep monitoring. I feel utterly exhausted.
Yeah, I can see it's eating at her. Whoa, that was an increase in number.
Lady Farina, I've heard that the first member of our family who was honored to receive an audience with you was
And what a fine family yours is indeed.
Are you crying?
This must be the overflow of hydro from my person. Well, can't quite help being the god who's...
No one...
So interminable. Hundreds of years must have passed by now. Perhaps I never imagined have I reached my want to tell someone, anyone about this. I've conducted so many investigations across. All I can do is keep heart.
Okay, how many numbers this time? Huh?
Farina, you don't, although I don't know what you might be keeping from everyone.
Share. That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this—
But even if your burden doesn't need to be shared, just share it with me.
A witness. And if Tevat is in its entirety, he's right. I could confide in him, but if things don't play out as expected, the people of Fontaine will be the ones to pay the price. No, Farina, you shouldn't be selfish. But what if, Farina, you've worked so hard. Is it such an outrageous thing to do anyway? To find if you let this opportunity slip through your fingers, it might never come by. Think about it. Long and hard. No, I have nothing. All you need to do, dear spectator, is to...
Fine.
So even Farina doesn't know the truth? You've never once let her in on the full plan?
Yes, it had to be done. To deceive, she did very well. If she had let her resolve falter even once in these 5 centuries, Fontaine would have been doomed. It seems that trusting humanity was the right...
I believe that I understand how your deception works. But that is only how we can build on this foundation to save the people of Fontaine. That is the most...
Ah, good, good. Of course, the Udex of Fontaine has pinpointed the crux of... I'm sure you've long sensed that the Oratrice is no simple machine, yes?
I've always suspected that it had its own consciousness. And Lenny did mention that he heard a human voice within the core chamber. It now seems that that person was you, hidden within the machine all along.
And then I became one with the Oratrice. taking Fontaine's gnosis with me. Yes, it would seem so, wouldn't— Alas, your understanding of this in truth, it is no enactor of justice. It is, in fact, a device created to kill the god of Oh, you have it. And to be more precise, not only will the Oratrice take down the god of justice— I mean, did you think I would— My work over these last 500 years has been to constantly accumulate indemnitium within the Oratrice. But really, some have already discovered that only a small fraction of the energy— the vast majority has been— had to be.
It was all a part of your plan, then?
Indeed. This power, accrued over 5 centuries, could have sustained Fontainians for millennia, had it only been used for that purpose. But only power of this magnitude could hope to destroy the Hydro Archon's divine throne, shaking the rules established by Celestia, and breaking through the institute.
So the Oratrice's call for death was for neither Farina nor Focalor, but for the Hydro Archon. The destruction of that divine throne. If I—
Returning what's rightfully yours to you, of course. In other words, this was all done to return the authority of the Hydro Archon to the Hydro Dragon of this planet.
But...
So that's why.
Oh, what? Getting sad again, are we? The authority of the ancient dragons shall soon be yours once more.
all you've done throughout the years is just so you can sacrifice yourself at the very end.
I've never quite seen it that way, you know. Even now, I'm quite pleased at how well my deception worked.
Well, Fiorina
Hydro Dragon, Hydro... I must say, had it been within my rights, I would have loved to judge the heavenly principles themselves. Were they not guilty of essentially the same crime? Egeria stole the power of the primordial sea, and the heavenly principles stole the power you ancient dragons possessed. I, for my part, am the god of justice. And is it not just that your original powers should be returned to you? Speaking of justice, I have always believed that justice lies in the process of pursuing human... So, if the theft of the primordial sea's might was Fontaine's... then, leaving matters of procedural right and wrong aside, the descent of the Fontainians as humans and their right to exist in this world. In other words, existence was Egeria's justice. And to me, justice defying the prophecy and ensuring that Fontaine's people shall live on. At this point, we, whether it be myself or all other Iudex Neuvillette, the highest judge in our land, when you regain your full power as an elemental sovereign...
So when I was invited to the court of Fontaine to serve as Iudex, I see now that would at last. I now understand that in the beginning, I was uninterested in human existence. But these 5 centuries of living alongside them have gradually brought about mutual understanding between us. And I have even attempted to feel as they feel. You are a devious one, things being as they are. Surely you know that I could never declare them to be guilty.
The hour of my execution is almost here. For the sinner, the curtain call has come. I know I may not sound it, but faced with death, I find myself a little afraid. Perhaps this is one thing both gods and humans have in common. Farewell, Neuvillette. I hope you've enjoyed the part you played these 500 years.
Those who want to look away, they can do it right now. Oh, hey! Hello there. This is gonna be brutal. Like a head on the chopping block. Huh? Wait. But what happens to Furina? Is it only Focalors that goes?
I, Eudex Nuvilect, hereby declare, people of Fontaine, your sins are forgiven.
And what happened now? That was crazy.
What just happened?
Was that bright light some sort of misdirection?
But since we're all still alive and haven't been dissolved...
It's time to end this. We must mete out punishment to that beast.
Didn't you say just a moment?
I have gained the strength sufficient to do it. Through certain means, I now have the ability to separate the power of the Primordial Sea from that creature. We should seize the opportunity to pursue our quarry.
Just now?
Traveler, now that the oratories can no longer function, I require an executor to help me mete out justice.
You mean
the
me?
root of the calamities befalling Fontaine, the beast that enacts the prophecy. Come with me, traveler. The hour of
Boss battle time! Final boss. Yay! We're about to hunt a whale. This is gonna be a heck of a tale. Oh, it's one big fish. Mammal.
But how are we going to do that? It's huge!
I have already done my best to separate the power of the Primordial Sea from the whale. Considering the size of the beast, I cannot reach the power source. Unless we can find a way to attack it from within. I shall share a part of the ancient life.
Ow!
We shall look for an opening together. I can feel its sorrow turning into hostility.
All right.
All-devouring narwhal cannot resist its instinct to devour. Continue to trigger its hostility. Chance will present itself.
This is Whoa.
Why is there a roller thingy over there? It looks really scary.
Barbados! Goodness!
Protect me!
I have granted you my protection. Do not fear. Seize the moment. Use my power to suppress this root from within.
Proper send down! From the speeder with love. Coming at ya! Coming at ya!
It's Did we do it? Who is that?
Thanks for helping with the cleanup. It should have been my job, but... oh well. It was just supposed to be a short private training session for me. I didn't think that my disciple and my master's pet would start brawling in the meantime. Well, actually, I had a feeling that it would happen at some point, but they bumped into one another earlier than I thought. What a blunder. I suppose I'll have to swing my sword 3 million times as penance.
That power.
There's an idea. From what she said earlier, she must be Child's master. Skirk, right? It's just that he gave us the impression that she was the less talkative person.
I simply did not have anything to say to the weak. But you, on the other hand, managed to defeat the all-devouring narwhal without using power from beyond this world, so you may speak to me as equals.
What?
I have to agree. It's a strange use of a planet's primordial waters just to raise an all-devouring narwhal. That kind of power is wasted on it. It's not cooperative. It eats too much. And I have more important things to do with my time than pet sitting. The only thing that creature has going for it is that, all in all, it fails as a pet.
Miss Skirk?
The point being...
Well, being that this pet, so what sort of person is your master? Well, Child's master's...
Oh, right. So you don't know him. Sorry, his name is Sertologi.
Who?
I am unfamiliar.
Huh. So Master is insufficiently famous. How should I describe him then?
The foul?
Still nothing? Well, how about the...
Ooh, that one we've heard! Rhine Doctor's part of the Hexen Circle. She's Albedo's mom, right?
Oh, so you do know that name. To be honest, I also heard all of those names and titles from my master. I don't actually know them either, but I suppose you understand now, yes? My master is likely a similar sort to Rhine-Daughter. They are both pursuing some form of perfection.
Wait! Didn't you also mention a visionary person? Hyman didn't quite catch their name.
Actually, never mind that. I believe it expedient to inform you that the all-devouring narwhal used up nearly all its strength fighting you. Such roiling hydro energies will prove difficult for the planet's deep seas to digest. As such, the Fontaine back on the surface has most likely been in other words, the prophecy that you've been fretting over.
What?
Not to worry. Focalor has already managed to deceive the heavenly principles.
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only Farina will remain, weeping on her throne.
Huh?
Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
I'm confused. Did we fail? What?
Hey! Help! Over here!
Washed away, but not with primordial seawater. Good old Duke. He had this plan.
All hands, initiate emergency rescue!
Hurry! Hey, lend a hand!
How about a claw? Oh, this is a blood crane game. Good old Freminate.
Look! The water's receding!
It is.
It's a miracle! We didn't dissolve. The prophecy was wrong. The prophecy was wrong.
Are you alright?
We're saved. The prophecy was wrong.
We did it, folks.
The Spina di Rosula talks post-disaster rebuilding. I recently visited Poisson to meet with Miss Navia, spokesperson of the Spina di Rosula, and we spoke about Poisson's present and future. Old soil can still give birth to new bloom, Miss Navia stated. Hope is like seeing a small cookie when you're starving late at night. You just need a little of it. Skyship Winglet, lunar brain of the Fontaine Research Institute. The various disputes that have arisen on account of Mr. Edwin have suddenly become a shield over the Institute, with Jurier turning out to be a once-overlooked hidden gem. People always call the first researcher mad, but few know what to call the second. And should that latter person achieve a miracle, they would find it all the harder to find a word with which to classify him and his team. Wow! Paimon barely recognizes the people in the reports. Are those really Jurier and Navia? They sound like real big shots.
Might have been real big shots from the start.
What do you think? Pretty enthralling, huh? The Steambird's idea was pretty simple. With the disaster just having passed, we would print a free edition packed to the value for these big scoops lies in their inevitable follow-ups. Edwin's assistant, Jurier, created a true flying ship, while Navia is leading people.
Paimon's curious too! wait a minute.
And that's exactly why I'd like you to come conduct interviews with me. You're the best incubators of news, if you haven't noticed.
Are you sure?
Oh, this time will be different. Come on, let's head to...
We're almost done with the Hydro Archon story. What? But the prophecy's been done. Huh?
Navia!
Oh, it's you.
Hey, we're just having a look around.
I'm here to update myself on how things are going here.
Let me introduce you. This is Mr. Garunt Snezhevich. He represented the Knave in sending us a large amount of supplies, and is helping with our work.
Seeing a Fatui with that outfit and no mask is pretty interesting.
Our residents are hard
it's
at
rare.
work as well. Thanks to everyone, work is progressing nicely. We've lost a lot of people, but we're moving forward. That will have to be enough.
Hello, Miss Charlotte. I'm a big fan of yours. I especially like that article you wrote last year about fun. But if you don't mind, could you not emphasize our role too much in your report? It's not charity we're doing here. We just happen to share the same interests as the Spina.
I get where you're coming from. I'll keep it as simple as possible. Or would you be willing to feature as friendly neighbors?
That would be fine.
Oh, you're back too. How are things?
We finished laying down the construction materials. It'll be another...
Well, her reputation's greatly risen after that whole duel business with Miss Farina. So she's here in Poisson to wait out the heat. All right. She really...
There's too much to consider in the reconstruction of Poisson. The Spina has need of more decision makers.
Wait just a moment. Do you mind me asking a few questions? You know, about how you felt before the duel, about what it was like...
Forget it. I'm sure you can find a better theme than...
I see you're the same as...
Well, if we're talking about doing things for my sake, you might as well just take a few more photos of me. Or of the Traveler.
Of course I will. I'm not gonna let him off that easy.
Hey.
Alright, then everyone who wants to be in the photo gets...
How did it go? Was it a good shot?
Not bad. Your addition really helped the composition of the picture. Alright, hang on a moment. Let me snap a few more shots. Alright, that should do it. I'll be back here later anyway, so let's call it a day.
You're very quick.
Speed is of the essence when it comes... Also, not to brag, but I'm pretty good at building connections. Who knows? I might eventually get...
Wow, you really do have that...
I'll hazard a guess that this is how you got that interview at the Fortress of Meripede.
You already knew she was going.
Whoa, you're well informed. Let me make a guess too. I asked Sijuin, who told Monsieur Nervillette, and he told you, right?
That's a very complete information chain.
In truth, all Monsieur Nervillette asked me was, when did the fortress become so friendly towards the media? I told him that it was best not to speak too soon. There's no guarantee that rides can have a personal appearance.
You're right. I've got to treasure every...
Stay safe now. And tell me...
I guess we're going to the fortress next.
Wow, huh? There's a real nostalgic feeling.
Looks like you've been missing us.
Duke! Did you come all the way to...
Of course. I'm here to welcome you and our dear Miss Charlotte, whom our good head nurse recommended to me.
It's an honor to finally meet the much-rumored Duke.
No need to thank me. But that said, I shouldn't be the focus of your interview. I trust...
Of course, of course.
All right then, this way.
I'm curious. Who is the focus? Oh, that's embarrassing. Chill out, you lovebirds. Smile for the
Hey,
camera.
no need to be so nervous. Miss Charlotte.
It would seem that Miss Orvine doesn't want her face to appear beside that of Mr. Jurier.
Sir, please don't say things like that.
But it looks like dear Mr. Jurier denies it. Might this interview be very important to you then?
No, I just... This is my first time being...
Now, I might not look it, but I actually did meet Mr. Edwin once. And I'll be honest, I enjoyed chatting with you more. You've took the boat that brought about a miracle, the ark that saved the people. Why, you recreated a myth back there, like it... Still, if I might ask,
Looks like Charlotte's trying to get herself another exclusive scoop.
I have to apologize, but that ship is presently in the bowels of our factory. I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to get a shot of it.
Really? Well, then in that case...
You already know my answer, I'm afraid. Best you interview our head nurse instead. Or perhaps you'd like to take another photo of this couple of researchers?
Did you really have to use the word couple?
Yes.
Well, then, 2 solo photos.
Is my hair messed up? Please, someone help me have a look.
Things sure are getting pretty lively here. Oh, seems like everyone's here. Would any of you like to try this?
Ah, see.
Hey, Miss Charlotte. Sure. Come on,
Sure. Do I have to smile?
That would be nice.
Oh, how have things been?
Same old, as you can see. Fontaine's undergone some changes, but this place is still more or less the same.
Other than that flying ship, it got a tad too much attention, I think.
That's why I decided to let the interview go through. We should direct more public opinions toward the behind-the-scenes heroes. Am I right, Mr. Jurier?
You're too kind, sir. I believe that you too should have your day in the sun. Not that you would want that, just...
I'll just leave the spotlight to you two. I see. Lots of things happened that day, huh? Anyway, regarding that Harbinger, I'm not sure you remember, but his 3 young followers are still waiting for his return.
He sure did win them over, huh?
I'll tell them that there's good news and bad news. The good being that their boss seems fine, and the bad being that they must face extended sentences for abetting his escape.
Oh, actually, what about you? Are things gonna change for you too?
What change can there be? The fortress will keep chugging along, and so will my duties. As to what Miss Farina's departure will mean for the nation, and if our laws and governance will be transformed, we'll leave those to the folks in the overworld.
Hey, everyone. The photo shoot's done.
Wait, what about Furina's departure?
Good. In that case, let's call it a day.
Thanks for your cooperation. Come on, Traveler, let's go.
There'll be a next...
Maybe. Who knows? I might read... All right. Last stop, the docks.
I'm confused. Might as well get healed up while we're here. By the way, do we have enough for the statue? Nope, we still need 2 more. Of course. Elevator, come on. Anytime now? Please? Of course.
We should take a break after all that running around. Yeah, let's rest here for a bit.
Huh?
Navia mentioned that she stayed in touch with Linny and the others after working together. Apparently, they've been at the docks
Traveler, Paimon. Ah, and Miss Charlotte, too.
Would you like a magic pocket?
What sort of gadget is it?
It's a wondrous bag that can be used to carry many things. The water level has returned to normal, but if you see any of your things floating around, you can use this to carry them. Or you could trick a friend into doing it for you.
Trick a friend? I wonder which of my friends would fall for that.
Hey, no, no.
You could just make a friend like Fremine here. Isn't that right, Fremine?
Is this what you meant by I'll help you make some more friends?
Poor Fremine.
To be honest, that sounds pretty sweet. Could I have your...
Lynette sure is working hard to help Fremine socialize.
He was the one who proposed doing this. He even wants to assist in our magic shows.
Sounds like that would help him.
Yes, I was planning to first introduce Pear as an assistant, and later Fremine himself. In the future, I think we can leave underwater escape magic to him too.
That said, would anyone want to see a diver escape underwater?
True.
Oh, it'll work out. Every journey begins with the first step.
Lynette, could you come over?
Got it.
My, that Charlotte is rather perceptive. She got rid of everyone the moment she realized I had something to say to you. Father says that you did a great deal during the latest series.
That's all right. We were more than happy to help. So...
Oh, I guess you haven't heard. After Lady Farina left, Father and Monsieur Neuvillette opened negotiations, during which he gave Fontaine's no...
A diplomatic...
Yes, I was quite surprised at first myself. But when I thought it over, there were actually a number of things going for it. It could have been done as an apology for the incident with Lord Child, or as thanks for his help in tying the all-devouring narwhal. Furthermore, Father did also lend significant aid to Fontaine and Poisson.
Well, that's true, but this is a gnosis we're...
I would agree, but I've also heard that it seems that Monsieur Neuvillette has had a significant change of...
So there's some reason for this that only Neuvillette knows about?
I suspect you'll have to ask him about that yourself. Ah, yes, speaking...
Isn't he real busy and stuff? But back to the topic. The gnosis was given to the knave.
They say that he's returned to Snezhnaya to recover from his wounds. I hear that the recent disaster really did a number on his health.
Well, I guess I can now call him one of my war buddies.
That's true. When you think about it, we've had loads of run-ins with the Fatui.
So shocking, such a simple switching of sides?
Huh?
Father!
Well, what do you know? Come to the docks to see how my children are doing and meet the traveler by chance. Please do not pay my accomplishments in Fontaine too much mind. I would have done them regardless.
Are you going to take the gnosis?
That is our duty as... Don't be too preoccupied with sides.
The goal of the Fatui concerns not a single place or person, but the entire world. With such a grand goal in mind, it is inevitable that we must wear many. Switching my masks is something I've always done. Well, that depends on many things. No one truly knows what the future holds. What good is honesty if you can't rely on it for— As for you, I very much look forward to our next collaboration. Good things cannot be achieved alone, and you've proved yourselves to be great partners.
Actually, I just remembered something. Oh, we forgot about Child's water vision.
A vision? All right. I'll remember to return it. Thank you for keeping it safe for him this entire time.
And that's a wrap for me. Huh? You...
Greetings, Miss Journalist.
Hello. If I'm not
That is correct. So forgive me, but I will not be able to serve as a subject in your article. However, feel free to write as much as you'd like about our dear magicians and our upcoming rookie talent.
I will.
The sea breeze is quite pleasant. I shall continue my walk while the weather remains so...
Farewell, Father.
Oh, she has such an intimidating presence. I didn't even dare to take a picture. Thankfully, I've already wrapped up all my pre-scheduled dinner.
Don't be too nervous. Why don't you take a magic pocket before you go? Here,
Really?
Traveler, Paimon, you take one too.
To move things about?
That's right. Funny. I was giving out magic pockets when we first met too. And what do you know? I guess this must be life. Alright then. We'll be handing out pockets in some other districts later, so we'll get...
Guess we said Charlotte, huh? Shall we go see how Nevillett's doing? Of course he's not so busy that he doesn't have time to chat anyway.
Might as well talk to him. I'm still curious about what happened to Furina after all this. Especially when they brought up her departure. Right away. Do I have anything? I do. Nice.
The entrance to the fortress! Ooh, he really is there! So, you really are here, Neuvillette! I didn't think you were going to have free time this hour of the day.
Really? Oh, I suppose you must have met Mr. Linney. He took the time to greet me earlier when he passed this way. In any case, you came at a good time. I was just considering reaching out to you to set up a meeting, so I may explain some things that I haven't had the time to.
Aw, Paimon's glad that you remembered. Thank you for keeping us on your... Alright, let's have it then. How was Fontaine actually saved?
It is strange how words can often leave a bit...
Whoa. So that's what happened?
I only saw Furina's part myself.
Fusillor destroyed the divine throne of the Hydro Archon and restored your power to you, transforming you into a fully fledged elemental. But Paimon still doesn't quite get what you did to save the Fontaine.
For me, the authority of the ancient dragons refers to absolute control over the hydro element. Fontainians were incomplete humans born of Egeria's use of the power of the primordial sea, with constitutions, but so long as those primordial energies remain within them, I could use the ancient dragon's authority to grant them true blood, after the fashion in which life was first brought into being on this planet. In other words, when I gave my verdict, Fontanians became true humans, and thus would naturally no longer be dissolved by water from the primordial sea.
Fossilor must have counted on you to make that decision as well. Your verdict was the key to making the prophecy appear to have come true while saving everyone.
You could say that it was at that moment.
Yeah, and in a manner of speaking, Fossilor finally managed to fulfill the original Hydro Archon's wish to turn Oceanids into real people too.
It seems from your expressions that you still have more things you wish to ask.
Yes.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
About the initial verdict that was passed on Child.
I have investigated his case along many avenues, and I have learned that he once fell into an unknown chasm when he was young. There, by chance, he awakened the all-devouring narwhal. But whether it be by sentiment or reason, that should not have been enough to consider him the root cause of the disaster. At most, he would have had. As for the judgment passed by the... whether it was due to that liability by association, or Fossilor deliberately using him to buy time for us on the assumption that he would be able to hold the creature off, I cannot say.
Guess Fossilor had Fontanians in mind the whole time. In the end, it was thanks to her that they finally became real hang on a second. Paimon's back when Fontanians hadn't yet become real humans. Were the children they had also transformed Oceanids?
Life has always flowed like water. Do you recall how Fontanians would often come to the Fountain of Lucine to pray?
Yeah, Lynette said the fountain is where all...
In truth, even those couples did not know that such prayers were no mere custom. Those Oceanids who were blessed within the spring water would later descend as new humans in the coming months.
Paimon sorta gets it now.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Yeah, about that. Risley said Farina's or...
Ah, Lady Farina. The people are only aware that her death sentence has not been carried out. She abdicated the post of Hydro Archon and left affairs related to that title to me, before leaving the Opera House. I related Fossilor's words to her faithfully and completely. After hearing them, she seemed neither saddened nor comforted. She simply said that she was tired and needed to rest.
I don't blame her.
Having said that, she then packed her things and moved out of the Opera House. Not unlike how an ordinary person might.
But she's still...
You need not worry. I will make arrangements to ensure that she will not want for food, clothing, board, or... In truth, I am somewhat happy for her. The wear and tear on her spirit will, of course, take time. But now that she no longer has to play the role of Fossilor the Hydro Archon, she can finally lay down...
What about you, then? What are your plans now that you've regained your full...
After Fossilor passed on, the Oratrice also ceased to function. This matter will directly affect our trials. After much careful consideration, I've decided to take on this role in our courts. From now on, I shall hear cases and pass verdicts by myself.
Looks like you're still considering stuff from the perspective of the Udex, huh?
As an elemental dragon, there are indeed many things that I must do. But this power and this duty, in a manner of speaking, you could say that both were granted to me. As such, before I attend to my other responsibilities, I must first and foremost continue to serve Fontaine as its highest judge. The duty of the Hydro Sovereign and the duty of the Udex shall coexist within my person. Additionally, the Hydro Archon's departure has brought about another problem, which is that the Opera House shall no longer produce indemnitium.
That's true. That power was derived from the people's faith in the Hydro Archon, wasn't it? Wait, but the various mechs and machines in the city are all still okay.
As I am now, I have full command over New Musia, and it can serve as a complete substitute. Another reason why I cannot quite leave Fontaine immediately.
Wow. This ancient dragon's authority stuff is really quite useful, huh?
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
About Fontaine's gnosis.
Oh, that's right! They say you the name.
Leaving aside their intentionality, the two Fatui Harbingers have indeed done much for us during their sole remaining goal in Fontaine. At least at this point, the Oratrice has ceased to function. The Hydro Archon's divine throne is now no more, and I do not. As such, it has lost all meaning for Fontaine. If the Fatui have impure designs, then we might as well accede to their request now, and avoid unnecessary conflict.
What complicated considerations? Paimon thought you were just giving it to the...
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
about the next stop for my journey.
You will soon be heading to Natlan, I presume. I'm afraid that I have little talent as a travel guide, so all I can do is tell you what I know about that. As far as I'm aware, Natlan can be said to be a nation of dragons.
A nation of dragons?
No, I suspect that I would not find myself welcome there. Unlike ancient dragons such as myself, the dragons of Natlan have undergone long years of development and evolution. Natlan is also the nation of war. War ravages those. There is one other piece of information I got incidentally from my negotiations with the Knave. The harbinger known as the Captain has thrown his hat into the endless ring of war.
The Captain. Sounds like a real tough cut.
I suggest that you fully prepare yourself before going to Natlan. Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
When we spoke to Lenny earlier, he mentioned that your attitude towards giving away the Gnosis had we guessed that there might be some reason for it that only you were aware of.
No wonder the House of the Hearth is the Fatui's intelligence. So regarding this specific issue, I was just getting... In truth, I exchanged some further words with that lady named Skirk after sending you two back to the surface. It went something like this.
Well, we're going to head topside to see...
What next?
The all-devouring narwhal isn't here, so I can finally catch the scent of your power. It is the authority of the planet's primordial dragons, but with something very similar to a god's curse. I'm sure I've encountered something like this before.
I do not know what you...
Of course, you should have the remains of the third descender on your person, yeah?
Remains? I've never...
According to your parlance, I believe it may be called a...
Well, that much is true. After Focalor's divinity faded, but I fear I have never heard of it described in the manner that you just did.
I've been training with my master, the Fae, ever since I was young, and I have never returned to the surface since. So most of the information I possess, it is only natural for those who are greater than humanity to possess a different sort of... Regardless, you should probably get rid of objects of misfortune to prevent any disasters from befalling. To live in itself is a blessing. But once a person dies, the bond...
What do you mean by that?
No need to fret. These are just my... personal thoughts. And my reason for no longer wishing to return to the surface.
This third descender you refer to, who...
Master never mentioned them to me. Perhaps it just wasn't that important to know. If you're interested, though, I could ask him. I'll be sure to pass the answer on to you next time.
Next time? You believe we will meet?
I do. Wait. I have a disciple of my own, don't I? He can be the messenger then.
That's what she told me. Whether it would prove useful or not.
The remains of the So that's what the Gnosis actually are. Paimon just thought they looked like chess pieces, huh?
All the same, assuming that there was no misunderstanding or special metaphor at play.
And she said that it would bring misfortune and that you should check it, which is why you gave it to the Fatui.
If she speaks the truth, then I would simply be putting Fontaine at unnecessary risk by keeping it here.
I am the fourth descender.
I guessed that you might already be familiar with this concept, but I did not expect you to be one of them. That means that the Gnosis, which are exceedingly element compatible and can even enhance elemental abilities. I wonder.
Like being able to use elemental powers without a vision. Count as special compatibility, right? No, let's not think about this stuff right now. Comparing the Traveler to the dead third descender and all.
Don't worry, I won't die so easily.
That's what you say, but this topic still feels like bad luck. Once Child recovers, let's get some more answers out of him. Or go look for his map.
I too believe it unwise to make too many blind guesses when information is lacking. The same is true of being at court.
Alright. Whatever the case, it seems like avoid the crisis.
Yes. All of Focalor's efforts were for—
But she sacrificed herself in the end as a god, and she suffered through all those years as a human. Was that...
I suppose that would be the mystery of a god's will. I suspect not. But once in a while, I too would guess that if wishes were like the clouds in the sky, they will one day return to the earth as raindrops. Life flows like water, and rain is the final answer. The water levels may sometimes tilt one way or another, but the rain falls fairly upon all. And what, ultimately, is the difference between the rains that fall upon all of us?
That we finally finished. We finally finished the Archon story for Fontaine. Where once we are getting closer to being being caught up. Especially since we've already done 2 of the chapters of the Pyro Archon story already. And that's another constellation for Hydro Traveler. Alright, we're going to take a quick break and then we're going to continue on with the story. We will be right back. Alright, we are back. That's one character maxed out. Excuse me. We're going back to Sumeru. I bet you it involves Dane again.
Perfect. It's you two. I have a commission here that has your names written all over it. In fact, I'd even go so far as to say you're the only ones for the job.
The only ones for the job? Huh. If our help is really that important, it's probably some Archon class commission, right?
Let's share. We're happy to take on this one. Which Archon do you need to deal with? Need us to deal with today?
The Adventurers Guild doesn't employ that kind of classification system. In fact, this commission is also probably not nearly as intimidating as what you're expecting. All it has to do is to find a missing person.
Huh? Then why did you say we were the only ones for the job?
I came across this commission while reviewing our backlog not too long ago. It seems simple, but our records indicate that over a dozen successive efforts to complete it have all ended in failure, despite attempts by several accomplished and renowned adventurers. With the reputation of the Adventurers Guild and the performance of the Sumeru branch at stake, it's in our best interest to assign this commission to the adventurer with the highest completion rate over the past few years.
Well, that's us for sure.
Flattery will get you everywhere with Paimon.
All I'm asking is for you to give it your best shot. If it proves to be beyond your capabilities as well, I'll talk to the commissioner about canceling the commission.
So who are we looking for? And what is...
This commission was jointly issued by the residents of Vimara Village. But the problem is, they don't know the missing person's name. They can only provide information.
They're all from the same village, but they don't even know his name? If so many adventurers have failed to complete this commission, maybe this missing villager...
Unlikely. Several villagers came by to issue the commission, and judging by their appearance and tone of voice, Besides, putting up a commission requires a processing fee. There aren't many upsides to a prank that costs Mora to carry out. In any case, it would probably be best to go to Vimara Village and ask around first. The adventurers...
Alright then, let's go! I'm starting to get really curious.
Huh? Again? Paimon does that too. Mm. Spectre is too much. Uh-oh, somebody got stuck. This girl. Oh boy, I'm curious what her story is going to be. Princess Cinnamon? That's a lot of demands. Hey. I wonder what would happen if the story, if I was using Lumine in this quest. It'd be a little bit different. Paimon's better. Wait, I want to know what's that. It's not supposed to be a compliment.
to Vamara Village! Why don't we talk to some of the villagers to learn a little bit more about the missing guy? If this commission is really as challenging as Catherine made it out to be, we're gonna need to carry out a very detailed investigation.
Oh, this the Withering Zone? Ow.
This one's got your name on it! Watch out! Cha! Ah! Hiya! Ha! Ha!
There's another one. Oh, that's why I couldn't find it. I won't. Don't worry.
Hey there! Coming at ya!
Excuse me.
Coming at ya! Ha! A proper send-off from the Spina with love. Watch out!
Strange. I see signs of another Dendroculus, but I can't see where it is. Maybe I need to go on high ground.
Bring it.
Ah, so that's why I can't find it. Rest, not a chance. Something about camping? Yes, please. And it's nearby. Can I rollerblade there? I almost rollerbladed all the way there. Unfortunately, they don't work well in deep water. Nice.
Hey there!
Now you're testing my patience. Gotcha.
Ah, I got frozen again.
I'll be back.
Oh no, is this another withering zone? Fatui trap.
Pay your dues.
Hey there! Where'd that come from?
Now escape. Let's move. So soon. Prepare yourself.
I'm fine, I'm fine. Why are the Fatui after this little kid? I want to know this. We're probably good to get the Sealy where it belongs because I don't know if I'll be back here.
I'm loving this treasure hunt.
Now.
Hey there!
These withering zones are definitely dangerous. Better reload.
I swear by my sword!
Bouncy mushrooms, yay. She's risking way too much. What's that sound? Oh, that's Nora. Child of Dandelion. That's one way to look at it.
Hmm. Mm. Unfortunately, it looks like. Mm. Unfortunately, my plans to stay up all night long might end up not working as planned. I don't feel great enough to do this due to my congestion, and so we're not really getting have anyone at this time. It might about be a good time to, to call this stream an end. Oops. Okay, guys, that's going to be it for tonight's stream. Thank you all, those who did join. We at least got for Fontaine. We still got a ways to go before we can make it to. We can get a little more caught up on that land, which will be for a further later stream. If you like what you've seen, though, please make sure you give the like, the follow, the subscribe button a big old boop on the nose. If you'd like to check out some of my artwork, make sure you check out my DVR, check out my Twitter. Commissions are currently open. Speaking of Twitter, if you want to keep up to date on what I'm doing, regardless if it's streams, art projects, or anything else, make sure you follow me on there or Blue Skies, and you won't miss a thing.
you're free to hit me up on my Discord. I'm usually on there about every day. Okay, so due to work-related stuff and I still need a little more recovery time from this congestion, we're going to be taking our first week off in months. I've been doing streams 5 days a week since July 4th. We've gone pretty far. We've gone through over 60 followers on Twitch. We got around 120 subscribers on YouTube and around 170 followers on watchers on Twitter. Yay! We're going pretty far. We still got a long ways to go before we get bigger. Including being a Twitch affiliate, I need more. If the more people are watching my streams, the more I can provide. And that's what I want to do, because I want to be able to provide more for the people watching. The whole point of this channel is to make people happy, make them laugh, keep them entertained, share off my artwork that hopefully people will like and will inspire them to try their luck on art themselves. Maybe they have a passion for it, they just didn't know. That's the whole point in my me doing this channel. But yeah, we are not going to be doing any streams this week, or at least in not any schedule. It's going to be a week off. I might do another one Sunday, but hard to say. Next Sunday. So just make sure, if you're unsure, check my Twitter and you will not miss out. As always, thank you guys for joining. You guys have a good Thanksgiving, those in the North U.S. And as always, keep those tails wagging. And I hope to see you all next time. Bye-bye.